So notice of this meeting was given in accordance with the provisions of bylaw 0164B of the Riverside Local Board of Education, which was adopted in accordance with section 1.450 of the ORC and Ohio Administrative Procedures Act. Can you please call roll?
Mrs. Krasinski.
Here.
Mrs. Grassi.
Here.
Mr. Audino.
Here.
Ms. Brewster.
Here.
Mr. Byers.
Here.
Thank you. Can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On behalf of the board, I'd like to welcome all students, staff, parents, and interested community members to tonight's Board of Education meeting. I'd like to remind everyone that this is a meeting of the Board of Education held in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business. It is not to be considered a public community meeting. There is time for public comment during the meeting in the public participation section of the agenda. I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to add item Q, administrative resignation to the personnel consent agenda. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
And I also have some.
Any discussion on this item? Item Q, just so, it's an administrative resignation for Kyle Andre, our transportation director, and it'll be added.
Okay, and I
What?
had a couple.
I'm sorry, hold on a second. Is there any discussion on this one? Okay, can you call the roll, please?
So to clarify, we are simply voting to
Amending.
amend the agenda.
Yeah, this is to amend the agenda.
Understood.
Yep.
Mr. Byers.
Aye.
Ms. Brewster.
Aye.
Mr. Audino.
Aye.
Mrs. Grassi.
Aye.
And Mrs. Krasinski.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Ms. Brewster?
Yes, yeah, I didn't know when I needed to chime in here. So, we wanted to, under, I think it's personnel, wait a minute, I think through these current pages. I have screenshots of them. Let's see, let's see what item it's. There's a consent agenda, item C, administrative personnel, and it talks about some different things. So I want that as a separate item, please,
Item C.
to be voted on separately.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you have to ask for a second on that, please?
No, any
Just the
board
full
member
name?
can move
Okay.
something off the consent agenda.
This is 12C. You're sure I'm on the same page?
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Yes, 12C will be pulled.
Just
we
off
vote
the
on
consent, it's not off the agenda.
No, no.
Okay.
All right, and then there's some animal, as you said, this is a very loaded stuff. Let's see. Custodial workers, that's contract. I just had, we will have a chance to ask questions before we vote on.
You can
the
ask
rest.
questions during the consent as well.
Well, that's where we would, yeah, we always,
Yeah, you
before
can ask
voting on
during
a
the
question.
consent
Okay.
before if you want to
Yeah,
take
because
that.
there were a couple of questions about some things. And, let's see. Item J. No, it's not item J. That's separate. It's item L.
So that's off consent.
I would just like it a separate vote. And I think employee handbook, and then there's the N, administrative and directors.
Item.
N is in Nancy.
N is in Nancy, okay.
You want that separate also?
Yeah. And I think that's it. Okay, because I don't have Now, the facilities plan is that's all part of one whole thing, but we can ask questions at that
Can I ask
time.
questions ahead of time?
Okay. And the board policies, that's my thing, it's just a first read, but then
One's a
there's-
first read, the other one's a vote.
Okay, and, so the first read is the revised,
Yes.
yeah, I just want clarification on that. That's it?
So for the record, we have item C, item L, item N off the consent agenda. Still to be voted on, to be up or down, but they'll be voted separately.
Anything else? All right, that brings us to approval of the agenda with the changes that were just discussed. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Keep call roll, please.
Mr. Adino,
Aye.
Mrs. Grassi,
Aye.
Mr. Byers,
Aye.
Ms. Brewster,
Aye.
Mrs. Krasinski.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Next is approval of minutes. A motion to approve minutes as attached for April 23rd, 2026. Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, can you call roll, please?
Mrs. Grassi,
Aye.
Mrs. Krasinski,
Aye.
Ms. Brewster,
Aye.
Mr. Byers,
Aye.
Mr. Adino.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, it brings us to special reports.
All right, I have two tonight, and I don't have to say anything, so I'm excited about them. The first up is Ms. Ritt to talk a little bit about special education, student wellness and success funds. This is an annual requirement from ODE, and she's kind of going to give an update of the department as well.
Yeah.
So we'll start with that.
Absolutely. Good evening, members of the board and the community. Like Dr. Rottino shared, I'm Camille Ritt. I'm the Director of Student Services, and tonight I'm going to share some information about our student wellness and success funds. All right.
It's counterintuitive.
That's not a great way to start out. Huh? What? Do you want me to- Is it slide to this one?
You might need a 504 plan.
I know, right? Okay, here we go, we're back on track.
There you
Okay, so student wellness and success funds are state allocated funds, that are given to districts in order to support the needs of the whole child. There are some specific, purposes that the state does ask us to consider, and some of those I've listed here. So mental health services, physical health services, community engagement activities, as well as school safety and professional training and development are some of the purposes that these funds can be utilized for. So this current school year, the district is expecting to receive about $164,000 in student success and wellness funds. This funding is primarily being used for school-based mental health counseling through Signature Health. One of the parameters in use of these funds is that we need to partner with one of our community partners, which is Signature Health. So our current staffing for this school year per building, as you can see here, we have at least one full-time counselor in every building. We have 1.5 at Melridge, 1.5 at Lamouth. We have 2 full-time counselors at Riverview, as well as here at the campus. In order for students to receive any counseling services, there needs to be a referral that is put in through the school district. That referral can come from a building administrator, a school counselor, and a school psychologist. Some of the services, once a referral is made, that Signature Health will provide to our students is the diagnostic assessment to determine determine what appropriate treatment is necessary. Individual or group counseling services. They can also provide staff training. They can support different types of student skill groups, and they do ongoing consultation as well as presentations. They also facilitate case management to help families who are in need in order to access various community resources. They can complete risk assessments for students who might be in crisis and that we may fear are, a risk to themselves. In addition, they can complete threat assessments or be part of one of our threat assessment teams in order to determine if there is a student of concern, if there is any risk to safety in schools. There we go. Currently this year we are serving about 318 students, both individually or in small groups. That number is up just slightly. Last year we were serving about 312 students district-wide. I just included some resource here for the community. This is the phone number directly to Signature Health as well as to our Lake County Crisis Hotline if families are in need. Is there any questions?
When we get the funding for that and we're paying Signature Health, they're not billing for those services, are they? Or do they bill Medicaid if
They
appropriate?
do. So if a student is Medicaid eligible, they're directly billed for those services through school Medicaid. If they are not, then it is directly billed to the district.
So the funds are used to supplement what they don't bill to Medicaid because they can't do twice, correct?
Thank you for that presentation, by the way. The staffing that you have for student services,
Yes.
those are the numbers you feel are adequate for each building?
I do, and that's what we're proposing for next school year as well. So there should be no change. And as far as I know, no staffing changes, so we'll have consistency in our buildings with our counselors. Any questions? Okay. So I'm gonna turn this over to Julie Weber. She is our early childhood director, but she also serves as our gifted coordinator. So she is going to talk a little bit about gifted services currently and some of the things that we would like to see happen in the next coming school year. And hopefully you'll have better luck with the technology. Pushed it. All right. We'll see how it goes.
All right. Good evening, everyone. All right, here we go. All right. We're gonna start off with a bang here. So, this was Dr. Rotino's idea to give our gifted services here at Riverside a name. So we came up, or he came up with GEAR, and that is Gifted Education at Riverside. And then we kind of came up with this little graphic to represent some of the ideas that we have here for gifted education at Riverside. And you can see in some of the gears, the words inquire, creative, challenge, and one of the most important ones is grow. Because even though our gifted learners are learners of high intellectual abilities, we still want to see them push that growth. So we don't want them to kind of stay stagnant. We want to provide them with opportunities and challenges so they can continue to grow as well. All right, so what does it mean to be gifted? When we think of gifted learners, we do think of those learners, oh no.
Okay.
Okay, I got it. I'm good. Okay, so we do think of those learners that do have that high intellectual ability, but along with that comes other things that we need to consider as well. We have to still consider their social growth, and we do have to consider their emotional growth as well. They do take in information and might process it a little bit differently than some of your average learners. A lot of times we might see some of that perfectionism come out and into play, and we just have to be aware of those things as well. It's not always that information comes easily to them, and they do it and they get good grades.
because that is not always the case. So we have to be aware that they have different needs, and you know, that we are addressing those. Okay, so if we take a look at Riverside, how do we identify kids as gifted in our district? And that starts in 2nd grade. And we use the MAP test to begin that identification. And students who score in the 95th percentile or higher on the math or reading are identified gifted in that specific subject or academic area. We also use the SAT scores in 11th grade, again in math and reading, and again they have to be in the 95th percentile. In 2nd and in 5th grade, we also give a group cognitive test called the InView, and that's where we can identify students as superior cognitive. And they have to have a score of 128 or higher to get that superior cognitive gifted identification. All right, so if we take a look at Riverside, I broke this down into grade bands to kind of look at the number of gifted kids that we identified. So in 2nd through 5th grade, we have approximately 1,200 students, and 18% of those students are identified gifted. Now I did break that down a little further, and I took a look at students who were just identified in math and students who were just identified in reading. So both of those came out to be about 13% of that 1,200. And then in 6th and 7th grade, there are 640 students there, and about 19% of them have a gifted ID. And then 8 through 12, we have almost 1,500 students, and again, about 19% of them have a gifted ID. So again, just a reminder that we do identify in reading and math and superior cognitive. All right, so taking a look at the professional development side of it. So now we have these kids that are identified gifted within our district. So what do we do for them? And the state of Ohio a few years ago came out and said that general education teachers could be providers of gifted services. But in order to become a provider of gifted services, they had to complete 60 hours of professional development over a 4-year period. And for AP staff, so for student teachers at the high school who teach AP classes, they have to get the AP training, which is 24 hours, but then they also have to have 30 hours of additional gifted PD training. So in previous years, we have offered within our district book studies, and they have to be provided by a person with a gifted license. And in our district, we have 2 people who have a gifted license, myself and Bobby Joe Murphy, who teaches at Lamouth. So we are the only 2 within the district that have that gifted license. So I have been providing those opportunities for teachers through book studies each year, where they can accumulate 15 hours. So we have had several staff, and on a later slide I will say how many staff have been involved in that. But next year we are going to move toward embedding some of this PD within the PD days that happen here at Riverside. We do have a big personalized learning focus here now, and personalized learning and gifted kind of go hand in hand. So we're going to start taking a look at it that way. Okay, so right now we have about 25 district staff members who have participated in the gifted PD. Some of them are nearing the end of those 60 hours. They have been participating for the last 3 years that I have been offering it. And they do come from all levels. So this year we even had a preschool teacher participating in the gifted PD, and if you walk into her preschool room, let me tell you, she differentiates. It is really kind of amazing. She had preschoolers that were reading already, and so she took that and ran with it, and they were reading books. And so it was pretty amazing. So we have it from preschool all the way up to the high school with some of those AP teachers taking the gifted PD as well. In this past school year, I did it a little bit differently. I did run 3 separate book studies. So we had one for the elementary level that met after school. We had one at Lamouth that met after their school day, which is an hour earlier. And we had one at the high school that met in the morning, just to kind of meet the needs of all of the teachers. Because it's sometimes hard to ask a high school teacher to stay until 4:15 so that they can participate in a book study. So I am hoping that by embedding the gifted PD within our PD days that we can increase that staff number by at least 10 and kind of work on filling in some of those gaps that we have throughout the district with some people in those areas so that we can work on providing more equitable access across our, especially our elementary buildings. All right, so what will that PD look like? In keeping in mind that it does need to be high quality professional development, and there are gifted competencies that the gifted PD has to fall under. So you have to offer a variety of professional development, like there has to be certain parameters to what you do offer for gifted PD. So some of the PD sessions this next year are going to focus on those social and emotional needs of gifted students, along with writing written education plans, and we are hoping to get staff more involved in the writing of those documents so they become a little more personalized to the student, and then working in those personalized learning teams and running a book study through that. The book study would include sessions during PD days that we have in November, then in February and in March. And then in December and January, we're planning on running TBT or PLC Zoom sessions to again touch base with those staff members who are doing it during those months. And then just beginning the tip of the iceberg on this one, beginning the MTSS process with regard to gifted students with 1 meeting per semester in each building, kind of pulling those staff members and looking at those particular students. All right, then what does that gifted learning team look like? It will be facilitated by staff members who again have that gifted license, so you can guess who those 2 people are going to be. And staff are going to be asked to join this focused learning team by allowing representation across all 4 of our elementary buildings along with those middle and high school teachers. And I think it will be interesting. This past year our PD did have those mixed groups. So we had elementary people and middle and high school people in learning team groups. And I think that provides something valuable for our teachers too. We haven't necessarily been able to do that very well with the gifted because it has been on teachers' own time, and just finding the time to bring all those different levels together was hard. So I think having it like this coming year will be valuable to get those teachers from all those levels. We are going to begin some foundational work on building the concept of a genius hour. And this is a time for students to kind of explore some of their passions by creating projects to share with those authentic audiences. Again, it's going to look a little different in elementary, middle, and high school, but at the elementary and middle school level, we do have that IE time. So we are going to do something about the E part of IE. So hoping to build some of those foundations that we can then continue to grow. All right, our continuum that we have right now, we kind of looked at it the same way that we look at our MTSS process. So within those 3 tiers, so tier 1, this is just what happens in our general education classroom. We differentiate the core instruction in the classroom by providing those enrichment opportunities, by flexibly grouping students, by kind of using those personalized learning options, developing some of that independence within our kids, and that inquiry along with reflection and problem solving. So those are the things that are happening in all of our classrooms across the district. That tier 2 piece, this is when we begin to more intentionally cluster group students together within those general education classrooms. This might be when a teacher compacts the curriculum. So they take Unit 5, they give a pre-test, and they begin to compact it together. So the kids work on what they need to, but maybe not every single lesson. And then they provide some differentiation for them. This is also where we find some of those written education plans that are developed, and staff that have received the PD carry those out within the classroom. This is also our honors and our AP classes as we move to the high school. And then we have our tier 3, and this is where acceleration occurs. So this will be our single subject acceleration, our whole grade acceleration. Early entrance to kindergarten is considered an acceleration, and then that dual enrollment at the high school. All right, so some of the goals for GEAR moving into the future is to ensure that equitable access to gifted services across the district, no matter what elementary building you are in, that we have that access available. Focus on identifying and addressing some of these gaps district-wide and targeting that professional development in those areas for that staff. Just expanding that continuum of gifted services. Strengthening and streamlining that gifted onboarding process. This is when those parents receive those letters that their child has been identified gifted. There are a lot of questions surrounding that all the time. No matter how specific the letter gets and what you kind of spell out, they're always like, where's my kid gonna go? And getting the community to realize they're not going anywhere, they're getting what they need within their classroom, and here's how we're doing that. So just increasing that communication between the school and the parents. And then to increase the percentage of identified students who are actively receiving gifted services. And that happens through that professional development piece. Right. And then here are some resources that I just put on here. OAGC has a really nice website that lists a bunch of resources for gifted educators, gifted parents, things like that you can check out. And then the Ohio Department of Education obviously has their gifted information page. And then I also included on here Riverside's gifted ID procedures and their district plan. And this is something that is updated yearly. So that will be coming around again this summer.
So as a coordinator, you're familiar with what's going on in other Lake County schools? Is that similar with the book studies, or are they doing other things to reach out?
Well, there are different ways that different schools do this. A lot of them do offer asynchronous things, so there are things that are offered online. Teachers can complete that PD kind of online on their own. I do put that out to our staff. Some people do take me up on that and like to do that on their own time and in their own way. But then others do like to come together as a group and kind of learn from each other as well. And then there are always workshops and things that you can do, and they count as so many gifted hours.
And I know math is a little easier to compact, reading, we have levels, but we also have wit and wisdom. So how are you working with that?
Yeah. Wit and wisdom is kind of, I feel, that naturally differentiated curriculum anyway. There are so many things, so much questioning that can happen within just the general delivery of the material to the students. That one question might grab this set of students while another might grab this set of students down here. So I do think that as the teachers become more familiar and comfortable with the delivery of the curriculum, that some of that natural differentiation is going to be happening as well.
Okay, because are there opportunities, outside of wit and wisdom? I know they recommend novels and different things to expand.
Right, and
Other than the topic they stay on for a lengthy time.
right, I do know that in a lot of our elementary schools, the teachers do offer during that IE time. For students who may not be getting pulled out for other interventions, they do offer some of those book groups and things that they have within their classrooms.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Webb, thank you for your presentation.
Sure.
I appreciate it. A couple questions. Could you elaborate on, looks like we've done a lot of work around identifying in second grade and throughout their tenure here, and a lot of professional development, but could you elaborate on second, third, fourth grade, specific to the gifted services that we offer students, and do you also feel like it's consistent among the 4 elementary schools?
So right now, there are gaps between our elementary buildings, and that's what we are hoping is by embedding the professional development that teachers have to have in order to become gifted service providers. By embedding that within the workday, we are going to be able to fill some of those gaps. And then the services will become more equitable across the district.
As we know, vouchers are very popular right now, and private school continues to increase their population, if you will. Where do you think we have the most upside as a school district to be a differentiator in gifted services compared to the other schools surrounding Riverside?
Looking at the staff that we have here at Riverside, I think the past few years, I have seen people wanting to take chances, wanting to learn more, wanting to implement things, wanting to try something, and also asking lots of questions. I just remember last year we had some teachers at Parkside who were trying things within their classroom. Things didn't go as they planned. They came down. We talked about that. They talked about it with their teachers that they work with on their team. They went back and they tried it again. I do see staff not giving up on things. I do see them trying it, trying again, revising it, and being willing to learn and willing to ask questions about how they can best meet the needs of their kids.
Thank you. I do have 2 more questions. Sorry, I've been looking forward to your
No,
presentation.
it's fine. That's what I'm here for.
Okay, question 3. You had mentioned we have 2 with license, 1 being yourself, right?
Yes.
And I think I heard you correctly, you want to get that number to 10? Is that
Well, the gifted license is something different.
Okay, so,
So, yeah. So what I am talking about is general education teachers becoming gifted service providers. So that's just by taking those 60 hours of professional development. They become that gifted service provider. To have a gifted license, that requires college classes
Sure.
and credits and things like that. And those are two separate things.
okay, well, focusing on that number 10 that you wanted, could you elaborate on what we're doing to incentivize, might be the wrong word, but I'll stick with that, to incentivize teachers to reach that level?
So currently we have 25 that participated in the professional development. And that was outside of their contracted day. So that was something that teachers wanted to do to extend their learning and to work with other teachers and to be able to be a provider of gifted services. So I think by what I am hoping is by embedding that PD within the natural PD days that occur, more teachers will become a part of that gifted learning team and therefore start to accumulate those hours that can qualify them to become a gifted service provider.
All right, last one, I promise.
No
The,
problem.
the teachers that are part of that gifted group,
Yes.
when, outside of professional development days or any other PD that you offer them, how are you collecting feedback from that group to see and feel that they feel like their collaboration is effective and that they're moving forward as a team, not just within their grade, but across all the grades?
Right. They do share, and some of this also came out during our personalized learning when we had the kind of gallery walk type of thing at the beginning of March. When we had that, some of these things that were done within the gifted book study kind of came out within that gallery walk as well. A lot of teachers do collaborate, not only among the 2 to 4 that would be in their grade level, but they do reach out and to other buildings as well. I know especially our math teachers across the district, they do collaborate within those TBT meetings, within PLC meetings, and they share those ideas, things that are going well, questions that they have. So hopefully that will just continue when we're able to touch base a little more regularly during those PD days.
Thank you.
Sure. Anyone else have a question?
So, again, going back to the 10, I guess, but use your number, and you have 25 people participating, but they have 60 hours, right? What's the number?
Yes, a lot of the people participating now have 45.
Okay.
So after this year, they will have accumulated that 60 because this will be their 4th year for many of them.
Okay.
There's a few who might only have 30 hours. But for many, after this year, they will have the 65.
So starting the next school year, they will be able to provide gifted services?
Yes, and they are able to provide them while they are getting
okay.
the hours as well. They just have to be involved in the PD during that school year. And after they get the 60 hours, like, the PD doesn't stop. So we do continue to offer the PD, and they still need to accumulate a few hours. That's a district decision. The state doesn't really tell you how many hours that has to be, but it does say hours with an S on it, so it has to be more than one. So we haven't really decided because we don't have anyone right now that has 60. So that has to be a decision that will come.
Just to clarify a little bit on this, when we started to talk about kind of how we do services and what our beliefs are in teaching and learning, personalized learning is one of those beliefs, and whether you're identified gifted or not, there are some areas where you're strong in, and there are some areas where you naturally need some assistance in. Teaching teachers how to teach to the whole spectrum of learners in a classroom is a critical skill. We're going to embed that into all professional development as we continue to move on throughout the year. And it's a new shift to just this voluntary, hey, do you want to do this to renew your license? This is going to be something we embed into our typical day as part of a personalized learning program. We worked really hard with our MTSS process to provide interventions for our lowest learners to bring those up. But then also now it's to really push it and push through the ceiling and kind of work through that as we work through it. So just because actually being a gifted service provider allows us to check a box on in our software and in EMIS to get a point on the report card, on the state report card, which is important. But the most important thing is they were reaching all of the learners in the classroom, whether they're identified gifted or not, because everybody's got a strength.
Right.
So how does that show up through our report card, the yearly progress?
So there's a
numbers?
gifted
Right.
indicator on there, and it has about 7 or 8 spots. The one is gifted performance index, which is an incredibly high number. The other one's gifted value added, and then there's amount identified. We've always got the number for identification because we screen and meet the screening requirements. But then there's service, and that has specific parts, and then service under subgroups. And gap closing also has identified and serviced under different subgroups also gets checks in. So there's a lot of, that is probably the hardest total indicators to get, I would say. The Gifted Coalition is very strong in Ohio. And also they've just started to, they will say it's funded now. They haven't changed our general funds, but they have tiered certain funds and target them to gifted. So we do use those funds to identify. We've always used those funds to identify, but there are identification funds. We could also use it for some of this professional development as well.
And so if your student is identified as gifted in some way, shape, or form, and they're in a classroom, and especially at I would say at the elementary level, at the high school level, if they choose not to take an AP class, then they're not getting service, so I don't know what you do about that, right?
Right.
They don't have to take it.
CCP can count, doesn't that? Depending, yes.
Depending on what the class is.
Yes.
There are certain classes that fit into that reading or math category.
But say they're in an elementary classroom and that teacher doesn't have that training, so they're not getting service, is that correct?
So we do, when we have teachers who are trained in buildings, we have tried to strategically cluster group those
We
students
try to,
into,
yes.
into the classes. This is going to allow us to have teachers at every single building, and that's kind of one of the things we've identified as we've gone through our processes and moved out and said, well, this is the next big lift that we're doing to make sure that all of our buildings have people who are able to provide services at each of the grade levels.
Right, and like Dr. Rotino said, services do allow us to check that box. But I do want to bring this back up here again because he did talk about how within our classroom, a lot of that tier 1 instruction is happening. So whether we check the service box or we don't check the service box, of course we want to check it. But a lot of good teaching is happening within our classrooms. So a lot of differentiation is happening and teachers can do that. Teachers are doing that who have not received this gifted PD. So we are just hoping to be able to provide some more gifted PDs so that we can say we are servicing the kids. But it doesn't mean that good teaching isn't happening and we aren't meeting the needs of the kids within the classroom.
Does the evaluation process differ for teachers that fall under these programs?
One of the major focuses on the evaluation process is using data, which is where you get gifted, and also
Right.
meeting all learners. So in order to become
Right.
truly accomplished, you
does
have to
come out.
differentiate naturally, and use that data to drive your instruction. So
Yeah.
it's not specific to gifted, it's specific to all.
More broad, yeah. Yeah, and it does, the topic of differentiation comes up in several categories on the OTES rubric. So it's not just one single thing, but it does come up in several categories. And even in the professionalism category, being able to be involved within district initiatives and all of that is a big part of that professionalism on that rubric as well. So when we do have teachers that are involved in these things, it does show up in several places on that rubric. So it doesn't come out and say gifted necessarily, anything like that, but it definitely fits into several spots.
I would say the other things, we speak a lot to academics, and how we reach academics, but the social emotional needs of our gifted learners, productive struggle. These are people who go through very easy, typically have an easy time when you give them those assignments where they struggle or there isn't a specific answer. Working through and giving them the skills to understand and to reflect is a key component to that, and that's just as important working with those strategies with teachers, because that's a challenge for them too, I think, at times, is how to work with students who haven't struggled before, are struggling for the first time, have never experienced that failure and what that means and how to lift them up with it. So I think that's another part of the gifted professional development that is critical. But again, it's for all learners and not just for our gifted.
And even when a student does start to reach that productive struggle, not as their teacher, not allowing them to step away and give up on it and go a different route. So kind of how do you help them as their educator to kind of struggle through those things and not change course and do something that might be different or that they feel comfortable with. So that's an important piece of it too. And at Lamouth this past year, the two honors teachers over there have been building a program that they do during their advisory time that does look at those social and emotional needs of gifted students. What do we do when we come to something that's not easy? And they do start to take a look, they have the students reflecting and taking a look on themselves as a learner. And it's been going really well. So they're building something really good over there.
Sorry, another question.
Oh, no, you're done.
I'll pay $10 for this one.
I'm kidding.
Students that are gifted, and I say this from experience, I was not a gifted student, but a couple of my daughters are so far. And I get the impression that they feel like if they are close to getting a B, that they're almost not gifted anymore. When in reality, once you're identified gifted, it's not something you lose necessarily. When you say social needs, I'm curious if you could elaborate on that. How do you tackle something like that and make a student not feel like getting a B doesn't mean you lose your gifted status?
Right, and that is a lot that they have been dealing with at Lamouth. Because I think when we start to get into 6th and 7th grade, not that you don't have it at the elementary level, but they start to become a little more in tune with who they are as a learner. And so some of the comments that they have made to me this year is, kids sharing, oh, so that's why I feel that way when this and this happens. Like just learning about themselves more as gifted learners. Like what does this mean when I come to something that's not easy for me? And it's not gonna come quickly and I have to give a little bit more to what is going on. So.
I think it's really important, I just wanna make sure I understand, when you, again, talk about the teaching, right? We might have teachers teaching the same way, but because they don't have that gifted, so when it comes to our report card, we can't check the box, right? But although we.
Right, yes, yeah, so that's important, that's an important piece to remember.
Yeah.
And we're hoping that by embedding this into our PD, our teachers will have that, gifted PD. So we will be able to say more of those kids are served. But it's not, it's not like those students are not getting that quality instruction.
And Roy, that's targeted, you've identified where some of those goals are, so
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah.
there's other teachers that would like to see participate, so that improves in terms of not just identification, but who's being served.
Well, I think it's just important too, because I know, the report card is an indicator for us, and I think there's some gaps or holes in how the report card, how the grade comes about too. So I think it's important to understand we are teaching the same, but because somebody doesn't have that designation right now, it might not be reflected in that overall report card. Thank
Any
you.
other questions? Okay.
Joe?
I'm all good.
Okay.
Yeah, anything else? Well, you know where to find me if something else happens. Who wants, you want to?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That concludes special reports for tonight.
Great. That brings us to unfinished business. If I recall correctly, we did not have any unfinished business for tonight. Is that correct? I did not have my email filled up. So I'm asking for 1 second. There we go. That is correct. So the only thing we have is new business tonight. And really that's just, I think, some discussion around two policies. I didn't know, I included policies, one under dress code and the other one under attendance. So I included some policies and also some information, especially around attendance and what is required. And I didn't know if there was any specific discussion. I think, Mr. Ordino, you brought up the topic, but then might be something we send to the policy committee if we think we want this with that a little bit further.
Yes, I don't have pointed questions specific for this group. I think that's a discussion that I would prefer Dr. Bertino to have with his administration. Obviously, you saw my notes in the email, so you're welcome to elaborate on what you'd like to today, or if you think this would be better served in policy, that's okay.
We can do both. We do have a dress code policy that's in there, and it's pretty general. It's Neola's boilerplate. I think we can look at that and tighten some things up to that aspect. I do think as the weather gets warmer, sometimes we have to send out reminders for dress code along the way as well, and I think we're working through that. I also think that anything, as you move through any of it, getting and having student, staff, and feedback into those, kind of as to their thoughts about it, instead of what we're doing to them, but what we're doing with them, is a good thing. So my recommendation would be to work with the entire district, or perhaps I'd probably go secondary and primary, to form some dress codes with some committees to talk about it a little bit more and to see kind of what they want. Even as a parent of a daughter sometimes, and typically we talk about dress code, we speak about our young females especially. A lot of them, obviously with our males, it's usually t-shirts or hats and the slogans and that, but it is a lot of times with our females that are there, and I think having some of those discussions as to what's available at the stores, what they can buy, what they can't, all of that, it gets there, and so that it feels that they can feel comfortable, safe, not body shamed, all of that goes with it, and all the things that come with it. I think we absolutely have to do it, but I would encourage us to put it back to our schools to get some of that student feedback into it as well, because I think they have a lot to say, and I think we've seen that even in the strategic plan focus group.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And I'm sure they have a lot to say. My guess would be that they don't want to say the unpopular, or maybe, let me take that back. They don't want to say the uncool thing in a group setting, so I hope the feedback is collected somewhat privately, and I'll elaborate as to what I mean. Maybe I'm not comfortable wearing a certain shirt, but I'm more uncomfortable being made fun of for not wearing a certain shirt. So I would prefer to push back on my parents to wear shirt X, even though I might not like shirt X, because I don't want to be made fun of for not wearing shirt X. So I think that, I'm not saying that we need to change the policy per se. I read the policy. I feel like the policy is adequate. I think where the gaps are is in the enforcement of that policy. But having been a student myself, obviously not a girl, I do think that at the end of the day, students would prefer to have a policy that doesn't show economic disparities, parental disparities on what you're allowed and not allowed to wear to school. And I think if there's just a way for us to, I'm not saying go to 1952, but to just follow the policy that's in hand and provide the students with a structure. Yeah, to provide the students with a structure that I think they're not willing to say out loud that they would prefer.
I guess if you'd elaborate more on what a committee would look like in some of the questions, it would be, hey, what do you feel like wearing to school? Do you understand that school is an academic environment and there are different kind of expectations when you go out to an academic environment? What might those look like that are different than going to the beach or going to and have some of those conversations as to why might this be considered? So to have those conversations with students to get their feedback on, I can see this, yes, and that. I think that's a different way of handling it than just, hey, we're having troubles with midriff shirts. What do you think? Well, I think they're great. Now, it's not necessarily, it's not to that. This is why, this is an expectation. We are preparing you for the workforce. In the workforce, we typically don't ask people to show their bellies.
But they do.
They might, and that's and so part of that is also the idea that when you are certain places, there are certain rules of decorum that you have to abide by. I think that's something we can definitely work with our staff, our students, at least that they feel heard to some extent, and to what their thoughts are. Because I think they would surprise you sometimes with what they think as well.
Is it possible to get from the administration that's here a little bit longer, mainly building principals, what, do they see any concerns? Or from the teaching staff too that need to be addressed, because I feel, especially the older the students get, the more they push the needle on what's acceptable and what isn't. There's all kinds of clothes out there, but it's what you can wear to school and what you might wear socially outside of school.
I would agree. I think dress code is always one of those, and Dr. Thompson and I have had some of these talks, and we've been doing this a little bit longer for some. It's always been an issue, and it always kind of does come up, and I think one of the issues is it needs to have universal enforcement, and that is sometimes a challenge, especially for some of our younger male teachers. They don't sometimes feel comfortable addressing some of the females who are not wearing things that are appropriate for school. in that way. So it's also teaching them the phrases to use and empowering them with a toolbox of how to make those corrections along the way. And I think that's a problem as well, because our staff addresses those dress code violations. They address them, especially our administrative staff. They know how to do it. But when you're addressing a dress code violation at the end of the day, you know, that's just like worn it all day. Well, okay, but I didn't see you till now. That's a problem as well. So I think it is some of that universal enforcement, and that goes for any policy to be successful. We have to have universal buy-in across the board from those who understand the students, the teachers who are really the first line of enforcement of any of that, and then our parents as well, because our parents, sometimes they see their students when they leave in the morning, sometimes they don't, depending, but at least they know what they're purchasing for their students. And so all of it's a universal. It's not just, if we put it just on one group, like the administrators, and say, go fix this, that's all they will do, and they won't do the rest of it. So it has to be universal onto all of it. It has to be kind of something we can all agree on.
There are those situations though, because I, remember hearing a lot from high school principals in particular, that kids wear layers, and the way they leave the house and the way they end up at school are two different things to parents.
That might have happened in West G. It does not happen here.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm just
It
kidding.
was like,
Yeah, no.
wow, yeah, it's like,
No.
go in your locker, get the shirt you came with, because that principal would
those-
stand at the door and knew.
Well, and those things don't change, and that's a universal wherever that, hey, I gotta do it, I'll try a new one, and all of those things happen. But again, if everyone has the same standards and the same understanding and the same type of language and all of that,
Yeah.
it makes it a whole lot easier. And I think that's what we need to get to.
I love the idea of bringing the staff in to talk about it and how can we address it, because I agree, I think it does take the whole team to make that change, so. As far as attendance, I don't know if there was anything specific there. I mean, I think some of the challenges are is that, I can tell you, I know last year I had asked Dr. Tino because my son had a study hall at the end of the day. And unfortunately, I was not able to I couldn't sign the permission slip that said he does not have to go to study hall every day because I couldn't do it every day. So I'd call him out on certain days when I was able to come down and get him. And he was marked unexcused for those days because I didn't sign that permission slip. So we talked about things like that. So there's just some loopholes in the attendance that make it very challenging. There are students that cheer and they go to Florida for cheer competitions. I know somebody who's going to a wrestling tournament this weekend. They left today, right? So they will miss tomorrow. Things like that that make it really hard with the attendance.
Yeah, my point of bringing up attendance wasn't that I have firsthand knowledge that there's an attendance issue. I'm not implying that there is. In my day job, when I go to a building and there's a dress code problem, sure enough, there's an attendance problem. I've never not seen them go hand in hand. I haven't seen them go hand in hand when I ran a marching band. If I came into a school and there was an attendance issue, there was it's just a broken system that the two of them tend to follow one another. So I was just bringing it up in the sense that if we're going to, and I say we, your administration is going to address or revisit dress code, perhaps it'd be a good time to look at both of them collectively, not me, you guys, to make sure that the enforcement is predictable for the students. Because and I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but all three groups, the students that are late, the students that are on time, and the teachers suffer from the students that are late. Because now the teacher's on the hook for test scores and graduation percentages, and now they're trying to slow down and catch the student up who's habitually late or habitually absent. And then that's a disadvantage to the students who are here when the bell rings. So I just thought it'd be worth maybe us revisiting collectively.
I think Dr. Tino, when we were prepping for the meeting, Monday, I guess it was, and we were talking about the old and new business topics, we also talked about like cell phone, and that's a really touchy one right now, right? Like, I know that we had a couple students actually email us from the government class. They were finding a topic that they wanted to talk about. Cell phones was one of those topics, right? But again, reminding students not to have them out in the classroom, reminding teachers we have to enforce that. So there's a couple topics like that, like to encourage the right behavior there.
Attendance, open campus, and school start time or other ones.
They were, yes.
There you go. Yes.
It was fun getting the emails from the students.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that was the Only other topic for new business, correct? All right, so that brings us to our Board of Education Committee and Liaison reports. So first is Buildings and Grounds Operations Committee and the Strategic Plan Liaison, Mrs. Grassi.
Okay, so we had a Buildings and Grounds meeting on Tuesday morning. The things that we talked about, first of all, we talked about the HVAC and the CTX unit in the CTX building, and that those units are not working properly. However, we've had some new thermostats installed, and that seems to have the problem fixed. We also have some issues with heating at Melridge and Buckeye, and that we hope to have those things corrected by fall, because nobody wants heat in their classrooms right now. That would not be a good idea especially at Melridge. We talked about the asphalt at the CTX in Riverview, which is being replaced by Cleveland Construction. That is going to be happening, that happened last weekend. So some repairs were done, new sections, and the new drive at the CTX garage is now completed. We have completed the door inspections that were required by Senate Bill 112. So all of that is now complete. We only had a few corrections. Everything was working properly, and the only kinds of corrections we had were to door speed closures. So that's not as big of an issue. However, everything is in excellent order, and this inspection needs to be done every single year, and there is a cost to that on an annual basis, approximately $3,000 if I'm not mistaken from our meeting. We are trying to prepare our elementary schools for field day, which is always a big event at the elementary schools, one of our favorite days when my kids were young. So Mother Nature has not been cooperative.
I think Riverview had theirs today, so.
Was it?
I think I saw on.
Riverview was out today.
Knock on wood, right?
Yeah, great day.
So that's going on. We're trying to prep our property for graduation so that we can have a great ceremony on next Thursday. We're ramping up for summer work, so we've had some good recruitment for staff who are going to assist with the summer work, the summer staff. We didn't used to have our staff who used to do this, but now that we do, we've found that we have been able to do a lot more work to our buildings each year and have better quality work. We've got some seal coating and line striping going on this summer, the sewer and grease trap cleaning, concrete work at the CTX building, and the field house floor is set to be refurbished the second week of August, which we know is going to cause some inconvenience to our volleyball team, but we've been assured that they're gonna work around that, so, but
First
that.
time we've ever done it.
Yeah, but the timing of that is simply because that's when the vendor can do the work, and so we don't really have a choice, so we're gonna have that done at that time. Let's see, we talked about the vans and maintenance vehicles and the schedule for replacement of those vehicles. We have a need for some additional vehicles, a larger truck to tow some of our trailers, which, you know, the band trailer and the athletic trailer get very heavy, and we don't have a sizable vehicle big enough to actually accommodate that. So we are considering that, although we haven't made a decision yet. We talked about bus undercoating for 2026, and still, is that still on the agenda? It's still on the agenda.
It's not on
It's
the
not on the
agenda. It was approved. There's a.
We talked about it's 18 buses this year.
Mr. Otter had recommended 18 when I talked to last. I did not bring it up in my last conversation.
And we thought we would get some more information, seeing as how we are one of only 2 districts in like all of Northeast Ohio that is doing bus undercoating. It brought up a conversation about why we in particular feel like we need to do some bus undercoating, and it has to do with our non-paved lots that those buses sit on. And then we had a lengthier conversation about actually thinking about, well, then why don't we talk about paving the areas that we need to? And while it's expensive, then we morphed into a conversation about 5-year forecasting out the PI fund and talking about prioritizing some of the expenditures that we do out of the excess and remaining funds that we have. So that conversation is going to be ongoing in future meetings. We talked about perhaps having a GMP for the Buckeye Project by next Friday, and that we may need to have a potential
So
meeting.
I have an update on that, it's actually in my update, but,
And I won't steal your thunder.
well, we can talk about it now, if
You
it's easier.
can.
We will have a GMP and it will be updated and is everyone available Friday at 7:30 for a quick meeting to approve it?
It is
That's the
next
29th.
Friday.
The 29th.
Love getting up on my birthday.
Happy
Aw.
birthday. We'll sing to
We'll
you.
bring you cupcakes.
That's
later.
okay, it's okay.
We'll bring you donuts.
My one day off.
Dr. Thompson has a beautiful.
No, I'm
7:30.
fine, I'm fine with it. I'm just kidding. It's not 7, right, Jimmy?
Yeah, yeah.
No, it's 7:30.
7:30 is fine.
Will it work? We can make it easy, or,
I have some-
7:30 is good for me.
It's 5 minutes.
yes, it's 5.
I'm Maybe good. Okay.
Good. All right, we will get it scheduled. We will have everything ready to go and all is good.
All right, well then, that is that. We'll have that next Friday morning, 7:30, day after graduation. Thomas Fence is planning to move forward at Riverview to fix and complete the work they need to have done there. We have some information on Roof Connect and a mutual release that is on our agenda today, so that we will be releasing each other from any liability in any and all matters. Does that help cover, Dan? And so that's on our agenda. And we have the approval of the facility plan, and we were provided with a facility plan that has the corrections in it to some extent. So that was what we talked about in our buildings and grounds meeting. It was very productive.
And the floor at Lamouth is good because I was just there the other day. I was so impressed with the way the gym looked. And the floor looks great. It's not a tile floor, it's, what do you call it?
It's like a polymer floor.
Pollen. It looked really good. Yeah, have most of you seen it?
I'm not.
Yeah, it's good.
That's all I have for buildings and grounds. The strategic plan, I had a conversation with Dr. Rotino to get a quick update on that. We are complete with our focus groups, we are complete with our surveys. The surveys had approximately 500 responses. We had about 147 staff who completed those, and 536 community members who completed the surveys, and in the focus groups, 147 people in the focus groups, 536 people in the surveys, so just to clarify. We had a conversation at one of our meetings, and I think it was buildings and grounds, and I don't know how that conversation came up, or maybe it was curriculum. However, we talked about perhaps having our elected officials be a part of a focus group in and of themselves. As you can imagine, that didn't work out as well as we had anticipated or discussed, just because these folks are busy, and trying to get them together to collaborate was somewhat of an effort. But they have responded individually,
They are
To a
being
degree.
interviewed by Impact Group individually.
and so at least one person from each township in Grand River, and Doug Lewis from Painesville is also participating in that, so.
I believe a county commissioner as well.
Correct. So we will move forward with that. Out of the focus groups, we had 22 focus groups, and the focus groups included certified, classified, community members, students, and administrators. The students were principal selected. The certified staff was both selected and voluntary. And some of the topics that are coming out of the strategic plan focus groups include new facilities, gifted offerings, class size, screen time, and diversity of offerings, and mental health. So, and that's the extent of my update on the strategic plan, and I would imagine we'll hear more in.
I think we want to have a work session.
We do. The Impact Group would like to come out and present all of their findings once they have all these interviews. I did put a doodle pull out, and it was a big flop. So
When did you,
It's,
it was in the Friday package. There was
oh, it was hidden,
Yeah.
sorry.
Blue. So I did work with the Impact, and I think part of it might have been the timing, because Doodle doesn't only allow you a certain amount of times. I had June 15th, June 18th, the 29th, 30th, and 1st, and July 1st were the dates that I put down. And I had a 5 o'clock time and a 6 o'clock time. Some of you put 5, some of you put 6, but nobody put both. Like, it was kind of one of those. The other option would be to do an hour prior to our June board meeting, so we can start at 5 instead of 6, and that is
June
on the
23rd.
23rd. If that would work better for everybody, if we have that blocked out, I'll just schedule her, make sure she can do it then. I think she can.
Is an hour enough time for her to
It
do
should
that?
be. Yeah, that's about what she had said that.
It's fine, we're coming anyway.
We are we also doing executive session that evening for evaluations? It'll just be a
Yes.
long meeting.
Would you like to do all day?
Yeah.
Well, just bring food.
Okay, so I will change that. I will add a 5 o'clock, the 23rd time.
Okay.
I will let her know.
Great. Anything else?
That's all I have.
Thank you. That brings us to Curriculum and Programming Committee, Booster Organization Liaison, Mr. Audino.
Well, I already hit my word count for the day, and that group did not meet this past month, so nothing for me.
All right, thank you.
Very easy.
I have a question now.
Uh-huh.
No.
Oh, okay.
All right, that brings us to Policy Committee and Legislative Liaison.
Okay, all right, I wanna thank Dan for doing some revisions on the, public participation at board meetings. And I went to print and the red didn't turn out, so it was kind of interesting. Anyway, so everybody got a chance to look at that, it's the first read. The only thing I wanted to bring up, so we didn't have, like, in other words, this is the first read, are there any other changes now that you've read it? Because I saw some inconsistencies in terms of it talking about consensus of the board, which would mean 3 or more, right? But then it also talked about the president or the agreement of 2 board members to allow extended time. So, you know, we typically do consensus, but if it's gonna be 2 board members, can it be 1 board member, or should we keep it a consensus? That's all I'm bringing to the table to consider so that we're consistent.
And I would say consensus, instead of looking at it as a majority, I would say look at it as sort of the general feeling among all of the board members present.
Okay.
So I wouldn't say it's unanimous, it's just the, sort of the general feeling among the 5 of you.
So should we be spelling out the agreement of 2 members to extend the duration? Or the discretion of the board president, was it either or? Is it 1, or then it could be 2? I just want it clear.
But let me take a closer look at it.
The way, I was reading it as if the president said no, then it would take 2 board members to override.
To override. You're looking at an override. Okay.
Let's just get another minute.
I don't know, if the loudness of the beep doesn't.
And I just wanna make sure everybody agrees with the word consensus and what it means. I mean, typically when you do a board policy, it's pretty clear. Is it a majority? Is it this person? Is it, you know, in the one case it said 2.
Yeah, so for the extending of the time limit, it was meant to be an either-or situation. The board president would have the right to extend it, just as board president, or if 2 other board members felt they wanted it extended when the board president did not choose to do so.
Okay.
So it was sort of the 2 board member option was a safety net for the rest of the board if they felt that the board president should have extended it and didn't.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I was
it's-
just curious
yeah.
about why 2, you know, and not consensus. I guess I just want it to be clear when you're writing a policy.
Sure. I think to me, in exceptional circumstances, the line before it is really important, because it's in exceptional circumstances, provided there's a consensus, this may be extended only due to unavoidable circumstances. Again, it's the idea that, you know, it's not just because, wow, this person's on a roll, it's something happened that caused them.
The power went
The
out.
power went out, those sorts of things.
Well, and if someone exceeded, but they were in the middle of reading something, which we've experienced, do you let them finish? And you're saying no, because we haven't done that before. Or with this policy, are we gonna consider it?
I think we're gonna argue for a long time, and a person stops mid-sentence and you're arguing, do we let them finish
I
or
know,
not?
I know, I just, as policy chair, I just want to make sure we all understand and we're on the same page. And I don't know, Dan, if you wanted to say anything else about that?
So, the reference to consensus, where,
Two.
what section are you reading that in?
The reference to consensus is on page 2 at the bottom. Providing there is consensus among the board members, the board may. You see how it didn't print? All over it.
What numbered paragraph is it?
You know, I'm just hoping that we don't continue to say, well, if somebody decides to go over 3 minutes, every time somebody decides to go over 3 minutes and they have prepared statements and they're reading something, we're gonna allow them to finish, because I get it.
Yeah.
You know, anywhere else you go and you're gonna speak, if you go down to the State House or whatever, you have a time limit, they're cutting you off, so they know if it's 3 minutes, then prepare your statement, practice it, and make sure it's 3 minutes.
Yeah, and I agree, because now you're gonna be perceived as favoritism of, I'm
Right.
letting these 2 people, but not these 3 people.
Yeah.
You know, like, people who want to come and have public participation should know that these are the rules, and I've got 3 minutes, and prepare it, and I've gotta say what I need to say and make my smart points in my 3 minutes. You know, and if they take up the first half of their presentation with, I'm so-and-so and I have 3 kids, and, you know, all these things that are extraneous, then they're taking up their time. I don't know. I
Yes.
don't wanna sound like I'm,
No, I do agree with you on that, with the exception of the things that we require them to say. I don't think the start button should be
until they.
until they address.
Here's
based
my
on the
name and here's
requirements.
where I'm from and
Yeah.
whatever, so.
So
I mean, maybe the better approach would be not to make any reference to consensus, and instead just focus on the true basis of the exception, which is the exceptional circumstance, something that's truly unavoidable. You know, the power goes out and there's some issue, or, you know, there's a commotion in the audience and that causes somebody to not be able to finish their comments. I think that might be a better way to go, because then it's just one standard, you're all in charge of making sure it's being followed, and we don't have to figure out if we have 1, 2 more board members agreeing. That might be a better way to approach it, so.
And people are always gonna wanna know what exceptional circumstances, so i.e., you know, lost power, or, I don't know if we need to give an example, a situation out of our control, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we could certainly list some examples there, but I feel like, you know, the unavoidable circumstance language is direct language. I mean, it's
Okay.
something that couldn't have been avoided.
Okay,
So maybe we can just drop that, in which case the sentence would start with, this time may be extended, but only due to unavoidable circumstances, period. And we just have to be in the habit of enforcing that. The alternative to that is to go back to the one point we had talked about, which is there are no exceptions. And we're just gonna give everybody 3 minutes, starting the clock at the right time, and that's that. And then if somebody experiences a, you know, an unavoidable situation that impacts their time, then, you know, we can allow them to speak at the next meeting.
yeah, that's where we could make the exception, but it isn't saying, well, this person, they were in the middle of saying something, so we're gonna let them finish, but then somebody else isn't allowed. I know that's not where we wanna go. But I'm still, so that's pretty clear, but does that necessitate a rewrite?
If you're getting rid of consensus,
I'm sorry?
if we're getting rid of the word consensus,
Yeah, So we
Do
would
the
just,
third, first read?
yeah, we would just have,
Okay.
It's summer.
3 minutes, third time's a charm.
Okay, and since we're doing that, going back to the initial thing I brought up about 2 members,
Mhm.
it's the president or 2 members. I guess I'm just curious how that came about and why that changed.
so that was replaced, the president or 2 members, with the consensus of the board, which we're dropping.
Okay,
And we're gonna keep just the unavoidable circumstances.
so there won't be the 2-member thing in
No,
there.
no,
Okay,
that was replaced by the language that were
okay.
partially deleted.
So is everybody okay with that? So this will be the last time we do.
So we'll do a
That's what we
third-
think.
Yeah, we'll
A
do a
third
third,
first
first read. Okay.
The first policy was written 42 years ago, the second one will pass 42 years from now.
Okay.
All right,
So we will pull that off the agenda.
all right, and then what about the other one that is set to be approved tonight that had
I
to?
haven't heard anything about it. That's the second read and the vote, and that's a standard Neola one.
It was standard.
Yes.
Was that the food service
Yes.
one? It's been so long ago.
Yep.
All right, so, but we're voting on that tonight,
Yes,
correct?
we are.
All right, so we should be good with that. All right, and let's see, there really hasn't been anything new I've heard legislatively. We're just all standing by to see what
Holding
change,
our breath.
the next change happens. We'll keep it posted.
That brings us to the superintendent's business advisory liaison. We did not have a meeting yet. Our meeting is Tuesday. And I believe Dr. Tino will be giving some updates on some of the activities that came out of the business advisory council. So I will let him give those in his report. And that brings us now to the superintendent's report.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I think that some of my thunder got stolen a little bit
Okay, yeah.
in where we were because that's just me. A little bit of Buckeye update. We already mentioned this. The GMP is scheduled to be complete by May 26th, so we'll have the number. It is tracking to be on budget, and the building is tracking to be done by the start of the 27-28 school year. So we did schedule a brief special meeting to approve that GMP on the 29th. It gives us time to get the agenda out within the allotted time for that.
Okay,
So-
and the additional money that we're approving tonight, is that related, is this,
Yes, that was the additional design fees, because the design fees are correlated
okay,
to
because
that.
didn't
so.
we approve some of their costs before? I thought that there was some.
The mention was on there a lot, but the vote never happened, so it
Okay.
was on 2 or 3 Friday night.
Okay,
Working with TDA, talking about, what is the revisioning of the campus, so I call it Campus 2.0, I thought that was kind of a flashy name for it. TDA kind of worked with some renderings to work through as to what this revision campus might look like along the way. Again, the original campus and building part is, I'll let you get up because I'm really excited about this, is right here. We talked about what that looks like. Some of these design things, although they look fancy now with the 2 stories and driving under, I don't believe that will be the case, but we will work with TDA to kind of go through. Really asking them hey, what does this look like and what does this include? Because that's what we get a lot. In here, this would be the idea of, this is our current auditorium. I took some pictures of their auditorium. This is what it might look like renovated through and kind of just going through and giving the big facelift. So they have the money that's in there. This is the idea of what a modern media center looks like. There are books. They didn't quite show some of the books. We're not taking all the books out of the library, but it is really a focus on a collaborative space, collaborative small group rooms as well. And then one of the big things that is always a highlight to any type of new product is student dining, what new student dining might look like along the way. And again, these are just envisionings of what the artist did. This would be part of the addition towards the back half and part of the new part that we would be building on. They would take current student dining, because it's located next to the auditorium, turn it into a band room. The goal is the thought right now is to turn it into the band room, because we are losing the band room, so all of your music will be right next to the auditorium to kind of feed into it as well. I'm going to allow some of those rooms to have multiple spaces going in and out of the auditorium towards the back of the stage. So that's something we're really excited about. Looking at, I know there's a lot of questions that we've had in talking to the community. When we did this in 2023, when we recosted it, what's the difference? These projects are very different in where they are. And some of the cost sets that are there. Dr. Thompson, I'm going to have him kind of play off with some of this because we really talked through a lot of it. First and foremost, our revision Campus 2.0 is to serve 7 through 12 and not 6 through 12, really making the move that intermediate school at a 5-6 building and give us more flexibility. 7 through 12 makes a whole lot of sense from a programmatic standpoint, because of where students need to be, the length of the day. It really is an efficiency standpoint as well. We're taking those grades and kind of putting them in one spot. Makes it really a sweet spot that's there. When you look at the base square footage, there's a significant reduction in square footage. We kind of went off of, I've been working with TDA, ours is more to the OFCC guidelines. We're taking some of those bigger spaces and refining it, but we're making it for what we predict to be our enrollment at that time, and it's about 1,700 students for that. It's an average class size of 275, which is what we're seeing in the elementary schools. The other thing to think about in a high school now, modern day high schools, our students in 11th through 12th grade, we don't have 300 students, even though there's a class of 300 students, we don't have 300 11th and 12th graders every single period, every single day, so 600 total students. Those students, we have 100 and some, usually if not more, at Auburn for half the day, and they flip-flop, so 100 they leave. We have students who participate in CCP offsite, so College Credit Plus, they go to Lakeland, they go to Lake Erie, they go to other places like that. We have students who participate in remote learning classes. Some of our field experiences are offsite, are things. So as students get older, their time on campus reduces to some extent. So they're not here full-time all the way, so counting them as a full-time student looks a little bit different. Looking at the additional square footage for things like makerspace, we already put that in, so we don't need to add that in the process. That's in our CTX building. We have a great makerspace that's in there. Kinesthetic lab, a middle school dining. We envision one dining that's shared between 7 through 12 at different times. We do it through scheduling in lunchrooms and lunch times instead of having 2 different dining sets. Looking at the board office and all of that, we don't need a huge new board office. We've talked with even TDA about keeping the media center, and that mark shows it tear down, keeping the media center and the John R. cafeteria and spending some money to revision that into a learning space and a collaborative learning space with the cafeteria. That's a great space that's built, and then make that current media center into a standalone board office, which is separate from the building, yet we're still on the same campus, but we're separate and kind of apart from that. So they're working on some renderings that incorporate that as well. We're looking at the Performing Arts Center. The renovation of the Performing Arts Center is in there. That is significantly more cost effective than putting in a new one. It is we're using the standard Performing Arts Center that's built and not necessarily a new one which had a 1,200 seat Performing Arts Center. We're keeping it about, I think the current one has about 800 seats, and we're going to keep that. And that works for us currently as we are, and as we are, again, our enrollment is reducing and it's shrinking, so we kind of have that. That's a good size for us. It makes it feel full when we have some of those concerts that are there, and it does work. The other part of that is we are keeping the field house as a competition gym and making some upgrades to that, including putting some climate control in that. So to have a 1,200 student or 1,200 person, we can do it on that field house space instead of the Performing Arts. If we want to do something with a large community forum or something of that aspect, it wouldn't be a play. And that the proposed building also had a black box theater, that was kind of separate to it. Our thought is if we wanted to start offering those programs and that type of thing, we can look at what other schools, local schools do. Mentor does a black box theater, and they do a black box show. They actually build it on their stage. So for those who don't know what black box theater is, I only know this because my daughter does them. Black box is a small theater within, and it's kind of the seating is on the floor, and you're kind of close and intimate. How Mentor does it is they build the black box stage they build the theater with walls up on the stage, and then they bring in bleachers. We have these movable bleachers we can bring in, sit them on either end, you can kind of watch the show that way. So there are ways to do the black box experience, and to have that black box theater experience within what we have, and I think that's one way to really take a look at that and offer our theater students something if our drama department wants to go that way. They haven't necessarily said that they wanted to add a third show, but if they did, it would be an option for them to do it. In terms of the ball fields and relocation of ball fields, the way that they have this built, the only field we have to relocate is actually the current band field, which is right out there, because that's where we're going with it. So we'd have to move that. We'd have to put some grass up. Ideally, we would find people to partner with, and we're working to find our local townships and have some meetings to partner with to get a second turf field. Our community needs that. Our turf field is used all the time, so to try to get a second turf field that we can use for lacrosse, football, soccer, all of those kind of sports, I would love to put a turf baseball and softball field in, but actually that area is much larger than putting in a 100-yard square turf field. So if we could get the funds to do that, we would look to do that, but if we can't, that'd be a local initiative that we'd run through through our youth sports as well, to try to get them as part of this project as we're building and say, hey, now's the best time to do it. And we've started to have some of those conversations as well. Dr. Thompson and I have been talking a lot lately. We've been taking our show on the road. So the other one is looking at abatement and demolition. Yes, we have to abate. We have a little bit of asbestos in this building we have to take care of, and we do have to do some demolition. The demolition, though, because we're renovating this high school, the demolition is here. We still have to abate it, and there's a lot that goes with the abatement, but that budget is down because the demolition is only the John R. part of it. And I believe that Rich will do it himself, he said, because he's really excited about that happening. So he's got a great set of tools. So, and then finally, really looking at one of the largest differences, and building and all of that, and construction is all about square foot, and the square footprint is much smaller of the new, of Campus 2.0 than the original cost. And it does make a difference in ultimate cost and what we're saying. One thing to note is that we are not just saying that it's $60 million or $120 million in today's costs. This includes a 5% inflation per year as part of the phasing. When you build on and renovate, we know it's going to take longer in time, and it's a phased out process. Our borrowing strategy also matches that as well. So our plan is to borrow and to do $160 million borrowing at first to do the new part, and then a second $60 million borrowing at the second part. The auditorium upgrades includes new seating, replace the stage and wood flooring, acoustical treatment, new paint, new ceilings, carpet, house lighting system. We may not need to do this because we've just replaced the lighting system, so we would work with our drama team, say what do we need to do and what don't we, but that could be some savings along the way, because I know they just put lights in, I think it was 2 years ago. They just redid those, and they have that huge screen in there too, so we would keep some of that in our upgrades. And the 26 plan is aligned with the OFCC recommendations for this, so we're really kind of building it to the size that we expect, and that's based on our enrollment and not based on the OFCC enrollment guidelines, because those are off. But it's really based on the trend that we're seeing in our enrollment kind of as we're going. We are, like I said, we are declining. We are just not declining as fast as the OFCC predicted. We're about 3 years behind those predictions from that. So that's kind of where we're at with that, and we're really excited to kind of, as that continues to grow and build out. Yeah.
We're getting a little glare, right, where it says square footage and overall costs. Did you see it with the block?
Yeah, so the overall cost in 2023, that was the year after the actual, the bond issue was up and failed. They went to recost it. If they were to recost it to put it back on the ballot, that overall cost was $163 million, 163 and change, 0.8. This one is $120 million, 141. 466. TDA did say that they're seeing a lot of stability in construction projects now along the way with this, and this is matching up with some of the real world construction projects they're having with the 5%, again, 5% inflation, and
there's they're finishing calculations, but 5 to 10% contingency. And we did take the current second graders through seventh graders, which would be approximately the students we would project would be in 7 through 12. So assuming that as many kids leave as many kids come, that puts us at about 1648. And we are declining enrollment. That also includes a bubble class from COVID of about 300.
We have one class, the current fifth grade who started the year after COVID, if they can hold them back, it is about 350. The other classes we're seeing are all under 300. We haven't seen a class we have one class, I believe it's third or fourth grade, but our current kindergartens are 250. Our current kindergarten is about 250, first grade's 260. This kindergarten's tracking, we are at that same kind of 250, 260. I would guess we're going to settle in about 275 is really my guess. I think that's a fair guess. Obviously, we know we are going to have construction developments that are moving in. We are seeing some people who are buying those homes. Those people who are buying those homes, though, they're not having as many children, and those homes are also As we were told in the presentation, they're targeting the 55 and up crowd. Now, as they move from one house to another house, that opens that up, another house up for families with kids. But we're not seeing a large influx like we did when we had the Heisley Park development, and all that, where we had them all at once. So I think that's a fair number to kind of say that we're at. Also in flexibility, that's the one thing that we've always been, having Lemuth as a 5-6 building gives us flexibility in those younger grades to kind of move on. Working with this, as we start to get those monies from, if casement comes, as those TIF monies come in, there will be more monies down the road to look at additional renovations of what we would need for it. So it's not just a one size, hey, this is it and we're done. We're going to make it so that it is expandable so that we can move on as well. And that's really the whole point in all of this.
And the design does call for an innovative way to maximize, basically value engineering additional, more classrooms available, even though you're building less classrooms, meaning typically you see about 20% of your rooms empty at any given period because of a teacher's off for that period. It's their work period, whatever. So in our design, there'll be spaces where our teachers will have their own personal space, but in a collaborative area. It's an adjustment for teachers because they may not have the same classroom every period, or someone might be using their classroom when they're off, but it works and it allows you to accommodate significantly more students even though you have less square footage in your building. So, obviously we were asked by the community, I think pretty directly, that we're going to reject $163 million, so we're trying to be responsive to what we heard. We also heard that we want a fair number of people want to see the building remain. So we were pleasantly surprised. I will readily admit, I said you couldn't do it for that dollar amount. I'm wrong. You can on the renovation. So it made what I would have perceived to be not really a feasible option is feasible. And it puts us in a building number that is as competitive as we could possibly make it.
I think the other thing in terms of the way that our teachers love to work and putting them in these, in buildings I've worked in before, one of the unintended consequences of these kind of centralized office spaces is true teacher collaboration, because they're working in their work times together and they have those conversations. The workspaces have whiteboards and they have screens where they can go ahead and plug in and kind of work together and collaborate and truly collaborate naturally and authentically, because it's provided for them and it's a simple time, and it's a lot easier than, hey, at such and such, let's all meet up in somebody's room, and then, well, something else happens. So these times are kind of common to that. Students can also go and meet there and kind of do some, get some individual help as well and assistance as well. It's a shift and it's a change, but it is very effective and it does work. So that is Campus 2.0, and we are excited to kind of continue to build some of those out and look at what the possibilities for that are. And now some of the really fun stuff in May and really cool stuff that we do. Probably, I gotta say, I really appreciate this more in January when I'm driving around in the early mornings to see this, but this is an awesome time to do on May 1st. Our students spent the day painting the Painesville Township plows. This is the, was this the 20th year? It was a significant year that we did it. You'll see the plows painted in the parades and festivals. They love to show them off. But you also see them driving down the road moving snow, and it is really cool to see Clifford the Big Red Dog throwing snow off of it, and that was one of the plow designs they had. And actually, when they come up with the designs, they pitch them to the maintenance workers. The maintenance workers pick the design they want for their plow, and then they go ahead and put them on the plows. So this has been tweaked, and this project's been tweaked every year, and it gets better and better, and we just love seeing it. The Painesville Township goes every year, and they sandblast the plows, they get them clean, and then our students go and develop them. And they've even started to have the ones for the different types of plows, so it really is a neat opportunity for them. CTX Open House on May 4th, we opened it with the grand opening, ribbon cutting ceremony. It's full, it's there, it's really awesome. I was in there the other day, the 3D printers are running, where they're up printing stuff. we're using it, continue to be more and more. Just a really great space for us and an opportunity for us to build, design, and utilize that space, for more than just the purposes that we initially set on the grant, but kind of how we're coming together and finding awesome ways to do it. Even working with Auburn, one of the things I love about Joe Glavin at Auburn is he's always trying to find us money. So that's a great friend to have, and so we're going to continue to form that partnership. But I think working with Joe, Joe's an outside of the box thinker as well, and so we've come up with some ways to really say, hey, we can partner with this. We're not going to ever replace Auburn, and that's not our goal, but we're going to partner with some things and use some different coding and things like that to help us fund some of these programs that we have. Go for grants that look a little bit different because we have this space, we can put some grants in and code some things. So we're really excited about the future of this space, not just because it's really cool, but the opportunities that it provides for not only our students, but eventually we are going to open it up to our community to try to do some community education classes, and that's where we're trying to roll with it because our community needs that. We have the space, we have the area. If we can find an instructor, why not? If there's a desire, let's do it.
There was an article about Auburn Career Center implementing the sweat pledge, which it's supposed to be the types of things you want kids to start to think about as far as being good workers in the future. And the article was in the News Herald today, but I don't know if you're familiar with it. But it sounded it was interesting because it related more to the kids going through this experience. And it really, if you're, business advisory, then yeah, you'd want to catch that article. I have it, I can send it to the board if you want, because I always screenshot them.
Okay. All right, she's leaving, but she's not coming quietly. So Dr. Malacher, in her swan song, put together a couple of just amazing ideas that came out of our business advisory, and they are these are things that we can shout, and I know we're going to get some credit in the News Herald, but I don't even think that does it. On May 7th, we did our very first Check Out the Truck event. She wouldn't allow us to call it Touch a Truck, but it's Check Out the Truck. It was at Lake County Fairgrounds, and we had all second graders invited to be a part of it, and it was such a big undertaking. We invited our partner schools to join us as well, and there weren't many who took us up on it, and it's their loss. We invited all the parochial schools in-house. None of them decided to take advantage of it. We invited Perry, we invited Madison, we invited Painesville City. I believe we had Madison came. I think there might have been another school district that came too. But it was awesome. We had all these different types of trucks from different careers, including the UH Med Hospital, the Medevac Hospital. That helicopter land. That land, the students got to watch it land. They got to go into all of the trucks. The bucket truck we put on there, because that bucket was going up and down all day. Now the student didn't get to go in it, but they did get to make the bucket go up and down. We had a large limo party bus there to talk about the industry. That was actually driven by, and that area was run by our own Ms. Keener, and she was having a dance party with the kids. You go in there and they're all dancing around and jumping. When you talk about true educational engagement, these kids were, and it wasn't just let's play with the truck. Everyone who was there was talking about their career, what kind of education they needed, what the expectations were, what skills make it successful, all of that, so they would have a role to it. We actually think that this is a great event for our second graders, but it might be just as cool for our high schoolers to come out and see that their freshman year, look at all the toys I get to play with, but then now I'm having a path to go down, because all these trucks are associated with some sort of career path. So it was more than just fire trucks. It was excavators. It was waterproofer neat stuff. It was, I think we had a maintenance van. It was crazy the amount of trucks that she got out there. The cement mixer has a great story behind it. Dr. Malacher was driving around somewhere, saw the cement mixer, I think illegally did a U-turn, followed the cement mixer, asked them what they were doing on May 7th, and got that cement mixer to commit to it. So it's one of those where when she wanted something, she got it. So then also that enough was like, okay, you've done it, you go. But oh no, she decided to do a 5th grade career exploration too. And this thing, you thought the Check Out the Truck thing was special. This one, all of our 5th graders came to the CTX wing and did this career quest. And she brought in all kinds of professionals from all different entrepreneurs. She took, if you worked for the district and didn't have a classroom and wasn't the superintendent, you were running a station. Mr. Carabine was running an entrepreneurial station, a newspaper station where there was a murder mystery up there. She tied our second, our actual career class in drama. They were the actors for this murder mystery, so they were practicing their actors. Our Deputy Tkovic was up on the stage running saying this is how you collect evidence. Nick was doing the how we do a press release. All of them were together to do this one kind of push out. We had our local design person working with graphic design and what makes a good design and what the customer wants. There were measurements there. There was some kind of trometer. I forget what the actual trometer. It was a device that measures humidity and kind of did some of that. That Lubrizol donated for us that we can take these steps and they can work with that. So all of these things these kids were engaged in. There were health sessions and all related to different types of careers, hands-on and focused on why do I need to learn this? So when we talked about construction, we had construction people there and they talked specifically about geometry and triangles. And why you need to learn this is because when you build a house, you want it to be square. So to have it, to know that that's there, that's a part of it. So really applied knowledge and into the why you need to learn what you need to learn was really important. So if you want to be this career, these are the things you need to learn, and not just your traditional, hey, I want to be good at art if I want to be a graphic designer. Yes, you do, but you also have to be good at math because you have to say how much square footage it costs to design this and what kind of materials and all that. So it was a really cool event. Our annual literacy lineman kicked off again, and that would just happen this week. On May 15th, all of our football players visit our elementary schools to read and interact with our elementary students, just to show the importance of literacy. That actually, I believe, I don't know if it was started by Mr. Schuster, but he's involved every year. We rope him into it. He takes the linemen out. They read, they go, and the kids love it. It's just a great day for all. Really does bring in that one sense of one community. Today at 1 o'clock, one of my favorite ceremonies of the year. It is always windy. I'm not sure why, but it always is. We had our military signing at our memorial, at our Veterans Memorial out in the stadium. Congratulations to the 10 seniors, and thank you for those who enlisted into the military following graduation. It was a really special ceremony. We have a lot of brave young men and women who are going on to fight for or protect our country and serve our country. I'm really excited about it. As of note, the one young woman is going into the Navy, and she was actually, she took her oath on the USS Cleveland when it was in town. So it was super cool. And one kind of thing, the experiences that are there. And she is going to the Navy nuclear program, and they made sure to mention that as well. So really great things going on with that. We are ending up with our sports seasons, and we're champs. The WRC is over with, and we're WRC champs in softball again. Our softball team is back on its run. Hopefully it'll make another great run and win it all again. Baseball was WRC champs. As of note, special note, one of our teachers, Mr. Ozinga, has two sons who play baseball. Last Friday night, his freshman son threw a perfect game to his senior son who's the catcher. So you talk about a proud dad moment. It doesn't get any better than that, and Matt won't tell you that because he's a little bit humble, so I'll brag for him. Really awesome day for him on Friday. I asked him, he took him out for ice cream, and no, he didn't. I think he went for hot chicken or something. But such a cool experience you couldn't imagine. Girls track and field were also WRC champs. We had a couple of, and then if we weren't the champs, I believe we were second. I think our boys were second in the WRC. I think lacrosse was second, lost to Kenston again. Bombers. So really good thing. This year, I have that right here. So softball finished 23-4, 10-0 in the WRC. One of the losses of the softball team was to the Division I, #1 ranked team, but they're playing for the division championship tomorrow at Mentor. Baseball was 16-8 and 7-3 in the WRC. They're playing the district semis at Normandy, and that's at Riverside. Girls track and field are in the districts this weekend. Boys track and field are in the regionals this weekend. So exciting times for those sports as the weather, this weekend is supposed to rain them out, but the weather's supposed to be nicer this time of year. Girls lacrosse was 8-8-1, lost in the second round of Edina. Boys lacrosse is 4-11, but 2-1 in the WRC, finished second place, and they are playing tonight against Ignatius to see if they can go on. good luck to our boys tonight, because nothing from Ignatius is good, right, Mrs. Ray?
Just my son.
Big congratulations to people who are on our agenda tonight. Really happy to bring these people onto the team. First of all, Dave Leone is recommended to be our assistant superintendent, and Nick Schussler will be our Lumuth AP. We will have them kind of say a few words after the vote. So, from there. Next week is graduation. It is supposed to be a nice night again. That is the 28th at 7 p.m. at Riverside. I would plan on being here a little bit early because the parking lot does fill up rather fast. But it's a great time. It's a great event. Love graduation and seeing all of our over 300 seniors walk across the stage, get their diploma on that field as the sunset. It's a special moment, and it's something that's special to this community throughout. And congratulations to our staff class of 2026 as we say goodbye to them. Monday, June 1st, it's our annual all-staff celebration and retirement recognition. Board members, you are absolutely invited to attend and join us. It's from 11 to 1. It's co-sponsored by RLEA, OPSI, and District Administration. Again, we say this every time when they actually congratulate, but another congratulations to all our retirees. Anna Marie Wood, Kathy Watson, Kelly Javork, Sue Baverka, Mike Dingman, David Schwartz, Sharon Field, Melissa Malacher, Norley Starr, Joanna Reedy, Jennifer Maynard, Diana Pritt, Alan Sluga, Kelly Brewster, Tina Brooks, Beth Thomas, Michelle Ricci, and Bonnie Steele for now. So those are the ones we know about. I think that's all of it. A lot of years a lot of experience that are walking out that door. Really hopeful, really happy that they made a great impression, and wish them the best in their next days of their life. And that concludes my report.
Just one quick question on the plan. Was there anything for the transportation, given that now we're looking at keeping the media center for a board office, but is there anything else out there that could be repurposed into a transportation and get it out of the parking lot where it's at?
Where the campus is now, there's looking at how they're doing the driveway and the traffic so that they kind of can separate it. I know that Ryan, we had talked about some of that with the traffic flows and how that works. But in terms of a separate facility, we don't have anything at this point planned. That would be something that's down the road.
Yeah, because the existing facility is so, we don't even have a real bus wash.
We do not at this point. We don't. We've had some conversations about sharing some of these spaces
And you talked about Painesville City.
with other districts. We have.
Okay.
And we're continuing to explore that, especially more this summer as we work through it. So it's not something that is completely out of the question as to what it looks like and all that. And there's some chance that if we have something that we would need a lift for, we can go and use Painesville City.
Because currently we don't have a lift.
We do not.
I know.
Yes.
Thank you. That brings us to the treasurer's report and committee update. So Finance, Audit, and Personnel Committee and Alumni Association, Mr. Byers?
Okay, I will try to make this quick. We held our Finance and Personnel Committee meeting on the 14th. Some of the highlights include Michelle Gifford gave a nutrition service update. The committee discussed implementing the Community Eligibility Provision, or CEP, for Melridge and Riverview. This program allows all students in these buildings to receive free lunches and meals, and is expected to significantly increase the district's Title I and DIPA funding significantly. The application would be combined with the Fairport schools and is on a 4-year cycle. The district would anticipate reevaluating eligibility in 2 years when the Buckeye project is complete. The district is revising handbooks for administrators and exempt employees, and the revised administrative handbook is on the agenda tonight for approval. Notable changes include updates to job descriptions and administrative salary schedule, and replacing district-provided cell phones for administrators with a $30 a month stipend. Mr. McIntyre reviewed the handbook as well. The draft of the exempt and confidential employees was also reviewed and will be finalized for the June meeting. Dr. Rotino mentioned the May agenda is full of personnel recommendations, including continuing contracts for 8 teachers and administration renewals for 9 administrators. Other items of note include procedural non-renewals for tutors and substitute teachers. Also on the May agenda are recommended extended days to be scheduled for instructional coaches, up to 5, supervisors up to 2, and 10-month central office assistants. This is to assist in the transition of the new assistant superintendent. Plan to provide upcoming professional development and partake in a full-day curriculum leaders retreat to be scheduled in August. A new volunteer background check process through B-Check was introduced, reducing district costs from $47.25 to $17 per person. This was vetted through Mr. McIntyre. The district is planning a job fair on June 17th to recruit for various non-teaching and substitute positions for the 26-27 school year. Dr. Rutino mentioned some expedited dates for the financial department due to new regulations, including a 515 and to any new purchase orders through for fiscal year 26. Outstanding large purchase orders were discussed, including healthcare and benefits and legal services. He also reported a projected $1.6 million annual loss in local tax revenue due to county commissioner decisions regarding tax rollbacks. There was also a review of the PI fund and included the impact to fund with the Buckeye addition and renovation project. The meeting concluded with a brief discussion on long-term property tax revenue from local development like Casement through no new immediate revenue is expected until construction begins. And then the other piece I have is the Alumni Association committee meeting. Again, they're hosting June 20th golf outing. If you'd like to see me shank 10 to 18 drives, come out and support the district. A lot of good comes from this. They support scholarships and other activities around the school district. This $100 gets you a hot dog lunch, Mission Barbecue dinner. There's some add-ons, for mulligans. I'll probably buy a couple of those. And I think that's it for me.
I know I was talking to somebody today at the military signing, and they were saying they are looking for people. They really need people to come out and participate in that event. So
I think I've gotten 6 teams to register, and so, well, I hope it's 6. When Steve registers.
I'll register.
Do you want to see at least 18
You do not want
shanks?
to see me golf. Not good.
We are bringing one team, 1 alum and 3 bombs back. So we're dusting off the clubs and coming out.
And yeah, that's all I have.
all right. Update from the treasurer.
Sure. So just getting in this rhythm of doing expenditures, cash analysis as it relates to the 5-year forecast, so we can, as a board, fully understand where we are and where we stand. So that is the goal. So cash balance trends compared to the forecast, so that's what we'll look at. And we'll look at that cash balance. And this is an overall view. So currently, and this fluctuates, of course, month to month, but not a lot, not significantly. But currently, year-to-date revenue collections are $25,000. When it says unfavorable, it means that is $25,000 less than the forecast. Current year-to-date expenditures are $87,000 above the forecast, for an overall net impact of $112,000 negative impact on our carryover. So currently, June 30 cash balance at the end of last fiscal year was just over $20 million, and we anticipate being at $19,046,000. Keep in mind that over $800,000 of that was unforeseen, dumped on us in February, Dr. Rutino, somewhere in that range.
November.
Was it that early? Okay. But it was prior to our, so, our forecast would look significantly closer, or we would be not our forecast actually, because we adjusted our forecast, but the we wouldn't be in near the deficit spending that we are had those dollars not been removed. Next year, as you heard in Mr. Vyer's report, he said 1.6 million because that's what it'll be next year. This year was only a half collection, so a little over $800,000. So that is the net impact on our 5-year forecast. Again, just kind of spelled out more clearly, and that is our projected deficit spend for this school year. We are not in a deficit, but we are deficit spending. But we are trending towards a deficit overall. So let's take a look at revenue. Again, we said it was $25,000. Where is that money coming from? Where is it short? Where is it over? So our estimation on local property taxes was pretty close, 46,000 more. State revenue is a little bit more than we expected, but there were other expenditures or other reductions in revenue that we didn't anticipate. For the total overall miss out of $56 million, we're off by $25,000. So the two top categories are those local taxes and tuition and patron payments. That's about 9.9% of our variance. And then the total variance of $25,000 versus what we projected is 0.04%. So we're 83% complete with the fiscal year. That's 10 months, and you can see the actual cash carryover. So I do not foresee any material change between now and the close of this fiscal year. But there has been a consistent question that keeps popping up everywhere I go, because on one hand I'm saying we have House Bill 920, our revenue is frozen, but yet there's a $3.3 million increase on our forecast. So what's accurate? What's real? So let's delve into that, and I hope that this becomes clear. So in fiscal year 25, that was our property tax collections, and fiscal year 26, property tax collections, for a difference of $1.3 million. So what is causing us to grow in revenue by $1.3 million? It represents that in fiscal year 25 tax collections, we were on the 20 mil floor. Then shortly thereafter, the legislators changed the law. So we only stayed on the floor for 1 year. Why? Because substitute levies didn't used to count against the floor, now they do. So in essence, that substitute levy went from not counting against the floor to being categorized as effective millage. I don't necessarily disagree with that, honestly. I actually do agree with that. Additionally, emergency levies, which were not counted against the floor, do now count against the floor, but we don't have any emergency operating levies. Some districts around us do. So that was very impactful for them. So that's where we stand currently. So that explains 1.3 million, but what about the rest? The rest comes from what's called advances. So in June of 2025, during the build of the CTX building, they're required in an advance. In other words, there wasn't money to pay the bill in June. It wasn't because it wasn't coming. It's a grant. It was coming, but it wasn't received. And that was a little over $2 million. So then in July of 2025, when we received the grant, of course the money had to be transferred back in. And it shows as $2 million coming in as revenue in fiscal year 26, when all it was doing was replacing. But it gives the illusion of additional more revenue than is real. So if you take the advance plus the growth we did see, because we were on the 20 mil floor for a half minute and inside millage, there's your $3.3 million. That will not happen next year. So, our true increase is the $1.3 million, which, by the way, is a 2% increase from fiscal year '25.
0.2% or 2%?
0.2%.
And that actually will decrease next year as the.
We'll get hit much harder because we're gonna.
$800,000 rollback because of one of their
Yeah,
legislations.
exactly, becomes 1.6 million. So expenditure analysis, let's take a look at that. How are we doing on those types of expenditures? Where are the expenditures coming from? No surprise, 84% of our budget is people, so of course it would come from that category. To the tune of about $2 million. Purchase services, about $655,000. And all other expenses, just under $1 million, and there's your $3.6 million and your deficit spend. So again, we're trending at $87,000 more than we anticipated. There's your breakdown of what we forecasted versus what we believe will be the final actual. That number will change some, but not materially. Again, here's a very specific breakdown of the forecast versus cash flow actuals. You can see where we actually did better than we projected and where we projected slightly short. So the two categories are the tuition and similar payments. That's a 0.4% variance between current expense estimates and what we actually ended up with. And the total variance of $87,000 is a 0.2% variance from what we forecasted. So, in conclusion, our revenue variance is immaterial. Both of them are actually pretty immaterial when you're talking about a $75 million budget. To be off by 0.2%, 0.04%. So investment update.
Can I ask you a quick question before you go to
Yes,
investment?
yes,
Can
absolutely.
you go back to the first expenditure slide?
Sure. Expenditure?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the green bar is salaries and benefits.
Mm.
We know that we did see an increase in benefits. Is there a breakdown kind of to what percent, like? how
What
that
went to
goes?
benefits?
Yeah.
I can get that, and I will add that. I don't want to say, I'm not going to make up a number,
Okay.
because I don't want to be wrong, but
Well,
I can add that.
20, that was a 20% increase that wasn't forecasted, as well as the additional payment, which is another, that we didn't forecast as well, because we had to make the additional benefit insurance payment, that's on this.
So we might not see the same.
Our self-insurance is trending in the right direction to save us. Not that we are going to spend less, but we are going to not spend as much as we anticipated.
And we're still providing benefits to our.
We are still providing the
Staff that
same
are-
level of benefits
Right.
that we have before by changing some things.
And one of the things Dr. Rotino and I have been working on is, and really it was a recommendation from Mrs. Grassi, and I think she's spot on about it. We don't talk enough at the board table about what we are doing to cut expenditures. We haven't done a good enough job with that. And there's a lot of things that have been done that the general public simply doesn't know because we haven't told them. So we're in the process of putting that together. It'll be a full document, a full presentation, so that it can really lay out what it is, and then make sure we cut in time, because we are going to start having very difficult decisions about what are our priorities, and that came out in our finance and personnel committee, and I think it's accurate. So we're going to have those discussions at the board table, and I know it's awkward and it's long, but it's necessary.
And then the all other expenses is probably inflation related.
Yes, most all of it is, and I'm going to get to that actually.
Sorry.
So I went to, I listened to a very interesting presentation by our investors, Red Tree. But here's where we are now. So we're still making money. I think that's important for, again, we don't tell people. We're creating additional revenue by being smart with our investments. But we're gonna have to become even, investing's gonna get trickier and trickier for a lot of reasons, and I wanna show this. So this is the Consumer Price Index, which tells you that's how the federal government tracks inflation. And you can see where it was at its height, and you can see where it is now, and that it's spiked. It's primarily spiking because of the energy crisis, the oil crisis, which is spilling over into all kinds of things, to include food. And I'll give you a great example on this slide. It was very interesting. And by the way, I'm going to be very clear. I did not create these. The previous slide or this slide, it came from Red Tree this morning. But look at the cost, the skyrocketing cost, and that's the word they use on the top, for the cost of tomatoes. And this is just one example. There's a million you could pull from. You know, the most obvious one is gasoline. But everything is jumping up in price, and that pressuring us, and additionally, it's pressuring our taxpayers as we contemplate a levy. You know, so I understand where we are and the difficulty there, where people are, but I hope that they also recognize that those same challenges are impacting us. And we are about we'll see in the 5-year forecast, which I'll tell you when that's coming up here in just a moment. But we are not far from state receivership. Not far at all. We'll be in state receivership, the first step, when we submit the next forecast. And this is what fund rates are doing right now. So what we have to do, excuse me, especially as our cash reserves, when you have a large cash reserve, it's easy to put large amounts in investments. As we don't need liquid, we've got liquid cash. But as liquid cash liquidity drains up, we have less money we can invest. And if we have an unforeseen situation, it usually comes from a building repairs is a big one, unanticipated. You know, a bus dies and we weren't anticipating it. There are things that can happen. A boiler goes down. We budget for maintenance, but you can't always budget for the unforeseen. And so it becomes challenging, meaning as our cash reserves dwindle, we're going to make less in our investments, but we have to really look hard at this to determine how much we're going to tie up in investments. So how much do we keep in Huntington Bank? How much are we putting in Star, Ohio? And what about our investment portfolio? So Ryan and Joe, who are the two main gentlemen who run Red Tree, are coming out to meet with us, and they're going to look specifically at all of our numbers. I want to bring in someone who's smarter than me, and sit down with Mr. Patrizzi and I, Dr. Rotino, whoever else is pertinent to this, to look at where should we be investing our dollars and how much should we invest and how much should we keep as liquid cash. So permanent improvement fund review, we already went over this, but I have good news and I have bad news about the PI that you're looking at right there. So I'll start with the bad news. Well, it's partially good and bad. We are moving forward with the GMP. We'll be pulling that money out, or going to sell those bonds. Do you remember, Dr. Rotino, when that is? It's coming up very soon in the next few weeks, right?
Pricing is June 3rd, and then we will have cash in hand, I believe, on the 24th, so they're selling it in the next 2 weeks.
The downside of that is that those payments will come sooner than what we have on the board. The good news is the payments are about $200,000 less a year than we anticipated. Now, we have to wait until the bonds sell to know exactly for sure, but they're telling us about $200,000 lower. So that'll take a little pressure off of our, what you're seeing across the bottom line there, and you can see the deficit spends on our PI levy. So that will be helpful, and we're gonna stare in our payments. We're able to do that. So the first year is $400,000, and then it jumps up to the just slightly over $1 million a year. So we'll readjust the PI for this, and then if anybody wants, which I handed out at our meeting, we have a very specific breakdown under each one of those categories to the left that tell you, you know, what makes up a $400,000? What are we spending that on? I think that what you will find though, as you look at this PI levy, or the PI budget, and just look at our appropriations, which I'll talk about in just a minute, there's not a lot of fat in it at all. There's not, and I don't mean fat in a negative way, you would like to put some padding in your appropriations, but we're running it as tight as we can. There's a risk with that, of course. Most treasurers don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. But when you're getting down to the cash reserve levels that we are finding ourselves, we have to get as close as we possibly can.
Now, the instructional curriculum part, you know, I don't know where we're at as far as buying new, textbook series and things like that, but I know we said technology is part of it, but technology has its own line.
Well,
So-
what we have done in budgeting, again, these are things that we need to be telling you about, and I am the first to tell you we have to improve. But what we have historically done is we don't really, departments and buildings weren't responsible for their own budgets. Now they are, so it's a paradigm shift for them. But one of the things we did was we pulled all those technology software packages out of control of building principals and centralized them under John Renwick. The reason for that is you'll have a software package where you'll find that a second grade teacher, for example, loves. She loves it, she's been using it for years, she loves it, and we're paying for 275 users, licenses, but the only classroom using it is the one teacher with 25 students. When there's another software package that the other teachers like that does the same thing, but this teacher just doesn't want to change. And I get why they wouldn't want to change. I'm the first to say, those of you who know me in technology know I would not want to change. I would be right there with that teacher holding on with 25 licenses for my kids, because I don't want to learn another one because I'm too old. But we have to get better, and that's one of the ways that we're streamlining, and that's why you see that number there.
So is that under technology or instruction curriculum?
It's under all the technology software packages fall under technology.
Okay, all right.
I think it's important to mention too that you did, go out to all the buildings, I believe, and talk to each of the buildings about some of the changes, correct? And-
Yes, we held training sessions, we've had a couple of meetings, we had an all-day training, well, not an all-day, a couple hours, training session, and then, I give all the credit in the world to Mr. Patrizzi. I don't know how many, where are you? I don't know how many phone calls he took from buildings, especially all at the last minute when budgets were due, answering their questions, and I think you all know I have a high regard for Mike and what he does. So important dates coming up. May 15th, we close purchase orders. Hard deadline.
That was last week.
Don't give us a purchase order.
Well, wait.
They're done,
What?
they're done. That was
I
last
know.
week.
I said don't bring one. Not happening unless it says July 1st. At our June board meeting, I've talked to many treasurers, and everybody's doing it a little bit differently, but the new rules don't make sense. Forecast is due in August. Permanent appropriations is due in September. So why would you do a forecast before the board approves your budget? And pretty much everybody's saying the same thing, that doesn't make any sense. So our tempo will be, temporary appropriations will be presented to the board because we have to make payroll in July, and without temporary appropriations for fiscal year 27, we couldn't spend any money. So there'll be a temporary appropriations prepared for June, and we'll also close final appropriations from fiscal year 26. Then at our July board meeting, we'll do the fiscal year 27 permanent appropriations. So if there is board conversation and we want to make changes, I still have a window to do that, but I would like to be, have that number or have that entire budget locked down. And the reason is because in August, I'll present the forecast, then submit that forecast to ODU. So you just can't, I just don't see how you can do a forecast before you know that the board's approved what you're projecting to spend. Questions? Thank you. I like
Thank
it.
you.
No questions. That's a beautiful thing.
Well, I think the only thing would be is that there was the meeting with, the superintendents and the commissioners, and they're not changing.
Oh, yes, we did, we met with 2 of the 3 commissioners. I would not say, well, I'll let you report on that.
So no, we had a chance to meet with all the superintendents, Jennifer Felker, who's the superintendent of the ESC of Western Reserve, set it up, where we had a meeting with all Lake and some Geauga County and one Portage. County superintendents and treasurers met at first with Commissioner McIntosh, just kind of went through and gave the overall impact of the rollback, kind of what it did to all the districts. It looks different depending on the district that you're at, and it's it's you know, a lot of the same. We have a lot of districts are reducing, making cuts along the way. We have been doing that as we were, and we were proactive in it. I think for us, the biggest thing is thought we would get another year out of the forecast. We thought we would continue to stretch. We were making those cuts to try to do that. And then we get, you know, it was the double-edged sword with the second or the 13th insurance payment, and then the second the rollback. Had we had one of those, we would still not be deficit spending, or we were really close, but we had both, and that's the reality of the situation that we're in. Just that was kind of the conversations with Commissioner McIntosh. Obviously, he's newer, to have some of that. When we met with Commissioner Beveridge, following that, it was right after, and kind of had some conversations with him. It was really the things we are doing that, you know, we, again, as Dr. Thompson said, we don't scream out all the things we're doing for cost sharing and all that. He was like, well, what about, we talked about shared services with food service. We talked about shared service agreements where we've had with looking at transportation and how we eliminate some of those routes. We talked about things that we have to do because we have to do them, but they're very expensive. And it's the right thing to do. But there are things that cost a lot of money that includes, you know, we have to educate all students. And some of those students we have to educate because of their special needs are incredibly expensive. We get some money back for that from the state as a reimbursement, but we don't get nearly the amount of money that we put into it. And we have to do it. And there's no other ways around it. I think that those are some of the things that we've had some of those conversations. That's just the nature of being a school and doing business. I think that's a fair thing to say. Commissioner Beveridge kind of came out and said he's been advocating for the state to continue to do their part. We've all shared the issue that, you know, depending on where you are, really depends on the impact on the local taxpayer in terms of property tax. The state has shifted the burden of property taxes from businesses to the local taxpayers and agricultural. It's shifted significantly in the past 20 years. We know that. We can see it. We can show it. It's tangible. They've also reduced the state income tax levels down. And Commissioner Beveridge's line was, nobody asked for that. It's not that we don't appreciate it, but no one really came out and asked for that. And I think when you look at Ohio's records, there's a miscorrelation there. Ohio is one of the top states, and you don't want to be top in this case in terms of property tax burden on their homeowners, but one of the lower states in terms of income tax burden on all those, as well as they're trying to what those impacts look like. So I think it depends on also the district. When you talk about districts like Perry, who's in a very unique situation because they have a significant asset in their backyard, and literally they get a lot of state funds back from the state because there are rollbacks on Perry that the state continues to pay back for those. Some of those where you wouldn't think a community like Perry is as highly funded by the state as they are, but they are. When you look at a community like us and like Madison, coincidentally, there's a reason why we're the first or the lowest and the second lowest pure pupil spend. We are a very residential and agricultural neighborhood, not a lot of businesses in either one, to kind of help with some of those property tax. So our property tax burden is on the homeowner, and that's a thing that was kind of shared with that. Mentor and Will-Be-Esic have a lot more of a split. So when they go to look for kind of how they want to kind of cast that burden out equally. So those real conversations were happened. The other part that was kind of said that really came out is, you did it, and it's fine, but when we forecast 4 years out, I mean, that was their choice. I didn't think it was fine. I mean, that was their choice through the legislation. When we forecast 5 years out, and we're not looking at and they go and make that immediately, those significant, they have real impacts because we're in the middle of the year. Our contracts are August to July. They're to make adjustments in the middle of the year are incredibly challenging. We can't just say, hey, we're not gonna, I mean, we could, but it's not fair to say, hey, we're not gonna bus anymore. We're gonna change our bus routes lane. We're gonna change those kind of things. Or we're gonna stop putting fuel in our buses. Even though diesel fuel goes up, we can't just stop filling them with diesel. We have to continue to do that. That was part of the challenge that I don't know if the commissioners understood the immediate impact to that. I think they do now. I think Commissioner Beveridge had talked about some of the changes that are happening at the State House. And we've said forever, the homestead, everyone kind of supports that. It comes out and says, that's okay. Owner occupied is one that as they continue to change that, maybe just give us that one back to kind of compromise and meet in the middle. And he is not open to it this year, but he is open to discussion on it as the state changes what that owner occupied looks like, and the fact that it's not funded back. Even if they would have funded it back, it would be great.
Do you think they have a good understanding even district to district in this area, like by the wealth of the district and how that impacts our property owners also, right? So, for instance, our district is 74% funded by the...
We are 74% funded by local property taxes.
Right, and that's because of how the state looks at us as a wealthy district, so...
And the lack of, so we say we're 74% funded by that, it's also the lack of industry in our district compared to a district like Mentor has a large industrial complex, or Will-Be has those as well. A lot of our big businesses and our really big earners also have tax exemptions on them. And then the other one that we looked at too and mentioned, yes, we're growing, and people keep saying and pointing out to us, well, you got all these new developments coming, and that's great. Yet, yes, it is great, but a lot of the ones that are actually building houses right now, and could be adding to it, we get 25% of the inside bill. It's not the whole prop because of House Bill 920, but we get only 25% of that because of allowances that they can have to fund, like because of RIDs put on them. And every new development that's come, that's not the huge Casement project that hasn't even started to build yet, but the ones that are actually building houses has some sort of a RID on it now that impacts our share for the next 10 years. So that's the reality of the situation. We're going to try to express that to them. And I think they were open to it and they heard it. I don't think they're willing to make any changes for this upcoming year, but I think that they're so open to seeing some of the impacts to schools in the future.
So when we initially heard in the past with our former treasurer that we needed to get about 3.6 million, and we only took half taken away, that it was supposed to be the 1.6, but only half was taken away this year by the commissioners. Okay.
So
Where did that money go? Is it like gonna be a reduction for the residents?
So, yes, the way that, so the commissioners actually, and I don't have the exact understanding how they're gonna do it on the tax bill, but when they passed it, I believe the tax bills were adjusted for this year, to show the double credit for homestead and owner occupied on the individual tax bills in Lake County, so the county auditor made that adjustment from November to January when they sent the tax bills out. The other part that's out there is the current legislation that's been passed by the state. Again, we were all saying we needed to fix property taxes. That's not something we're not saying. That current legislation, Dr. Thompson said, we made some money because we were on the floor for a second, and went up. That's about $800,000. That's in addition to the money that we had from the rollback. That bill comes in, and they kept us whole this year, and it impacted districts differently. So for us, it's a small amount of money, but we're not gonna see that next year in our state financing payment, and we're predicting to not see that as much as, but that's not to us, because it was a small levy that didn't collect on the substitute levy, where the districts like, that have a number of those emergency levies that we're on, they significantly see it, so next year, they're in a much larger hole, than we would be throughout. So for us, it did impact us, and every dollar helps, but our impact wasn't nearly the gain, and the bigger impact from us was the rollback, instead of this other legislation. But they're all there. The other part that's there is if we do see any of these incremental, I guess, once in a lifetime gains on property tax and all that, or on house evaluation, the only gain that we will ever see ever again on any revaluation is 3%.
3% on 4 mills.
Yes, 3% on 4 mills. So that definitely truly impacts. That doesn't even keep us up with inflation. We've shown all of those along the way to where we are. It's a system that does need overhaul, and no one has an answer for it.
So as the commissioners are looking like to the state to make some changes, is there anything that, we can help them with, or that we as a district should be doing also?
I think we just need to continue to advocate. We continue to advocate for those changes. I think when we go to talk about what those changes are, we do have, understanding the real impact of it and just sharing our story. And our story is different than other stories that are there. And I think that's what makes it, there are so many districts across the state. Every story is different in ways. And I think that's the problem that are there. For us, and really and truly for us and others, we do run lean. We continue to say that, and it's not just because we want to shout it out, but when Mentor is making an impact to, hey, before this even happened to them, they were going to increase $2 million a year just because they could, and they've had some successes just by reducing some positions that we've never had, never sniffed, never came close to, and that's just something that there's differences in some of that. I think in other districts that we've worked in, Dr. Thompson and I have talked about positions where there are some low-hanging fruit that are pretty easy to go ahead and trim up. We don't have that, and I think that's part of our challenge is we have great people, we have people who go above and beyond, and just making sure that we keep those people are really kind of important, and that we keep them in the right direction, and they want to be here.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to public comment. Anyone wishing to address the Board of Education will be recognized by the Board President. Speakers are requested to speak from their place. Identify themselves and their topic. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Brian Massey, 8196 Rainbow.
I'm sorry, one moment. Technical difficulty, sorry.
My red light changed.
1 second, it'll. When we, if you can. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Brian Massey, 8196 Rainbow Drive. I don't want to necessarily add to the confusion on the numbers, but I want to thank Dr. Thompson for his explanation of the outside-inside millage and how much we received. I was also under the impression, because I attended the last finance meeting, and and we were talking about $3.6 million. Where that number came from was the prior treasurer had mentioned that they were looking to receive $3.6 million because of the 20 mil floor.
Right.
And that was before the myriad of changes.
Right.
So that's what put us in our mind at $3.6 million. So what I did was to satisfy myself, I went to the auditor's office and I said, can you tell me how much Riverside School District got because of the 20 mil floor? Again, the 20 mil floor, only outside millage, we weren't talking about inside millage. And the number that I got from the auditor's office was $36,000. That was it, $36,000. So I'm agreeing with you because we were set up because, not that Mr. Flacco was wrong, but he was operating under the rules that we had at that time. So I just wanted to mention that it's $36,000, not $3.6 million.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, thank you. That brings us to our consent agenda. First up is finance and audit.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the items listed on the finance audit consent agenda A through J, as recommended by the treasurer. Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I'd just like to make a note to thank those who provided donations to the district. We had $10,000 from an anonymous donor to the Riverside Alumni Association. That's really amazing, so thank you to whoever did that. And the home press box windows that were donated by Riverside Youth Football, valued at $6,229.37. So thank you for that as well. Those are significant donations.
Anyone else? Dr. Thomas, can you take roll?
Mrs. Krasinski?
Aye.
Mr. Byers?
Aye.
Ms. Brewster?
Aye.
Mrs. Grassi?
Aye.
Mr. Adino?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Next is personnel.
Okay.
Yeah, and somehow it's got loose.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve items listed on the personal consent agenda A through Q, except for C, L, and N, as in Nancy, as recommended by the superintendent. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Before we take roll, I'd like to announce we did have one retirement, Jennifer Maynard. I'd like to thank her on behalf of the board and the community, and congratulations and enjoy retirement. Dr. Thompson, can you?
Wait, I would like to congratulate our new folks. And I'm just gonna call out the fact that we are also approving a new high school band director, or band instructor who is a Riverside graduate, recent graduate, graduated my kids, so congratulations to Sanzo. That's really awesome. He's gonna do a great job.
Anything else? Dr. Thompson, can you take the roll?
Mr. Byers, could I ask one more time for clarity, what items are not under this consent
C,
agenda?
L, and N.
Sorry,
C, L, and N.
thank you. Mr. Adino?
Aye.
Mrs. Grassi?
Aye.
Ms. Brewster?
Aye.
Mr. Byers?
Aye.
Mrs. Krasinski?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item listed on personal consent agenda, item C, as recommended by the superintendent.
Okay, so item C.
Oh, I'm sorry, can I get a second?
I will second.
Any discussion?
Is that the administrative personnel?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, somehow I got a loose page in there. All right, so, yeah, I wanted to go separately. So the administrative personnel, obviously, we're approving the new people under this. And then under this also is extended days, and, is that correct?
That's part of this
Yeah.
action, yes.
Okay, and so, you know, these are, extended days, that are given anywhere from, 2 to 5 days for work over the summer, at their, per diem or per day rate.
Correct. The 5 days that are given to Michelle Gifford are paid out of her contract, or out of her federal fund contract, which has no cost to the district. The other 2 days to each of the supervisors are for professional development and are eligible for under Title II, which is federal funds, which we do not use as well. So again, that's no cost out of the general fund.
Okay, all right, and I guess, you know, the only thing I wanna say is that I know, there's a need for, some, you know, opportunity for our new assistant superintendent to meet with everybody, and you said you're having a curriculum thing. Typically, in districts, you know, that's done when their, you know, administrators are, you know, back in August, or they have extended contracts that go through, you know, June, but this is a special situation. I did ask how much that could be, and you said it was somewhere around 25,000 if all the days were used.
If we use all the days, and get all those in professional development and be covered under Title II federal funds.
Yeah, but, you know, it's like, I understand extended days for people who are new, that need to accomplish something, and certainly I would support this. But again, we're also watching the bottom line, and I would like to see moving forward that, you know, some of the meeting requirements and different things in other districts, I'm just saying, that, you know, you're not paid for that. You're an administrator, you're at a board meeting, you know, we're already compensating people. So I just would like to start to move away from that going
I believe
forward.
that's fair.
Okay? So that was my concern, and I wanted to state it.
Okay.
And I didn't know if anybody else had any concerns, since that did add up to approximately 25,000.
That was with the coaches as well.
Yeah, with the coaches.
As well, which
Yeah.
is a
And
separate.
again, many of those funds are under Title II
They were all
and,
Title II.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So just for clarity, that means not out of general fund. Just saying.
Which again, we don't do a very good job of communicating very often.
All right.
We'll work on it.
We're working on
It's
it.
tough.
Any other discussion? Dr. Thomas, please take the roll.
Mrs. Krasinski,
Aye.
Mrs. Grassi,
Aye.
Mr. Adino,
Aye.
Ms. Brewster,
Aye.
Mr. Byers.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
I'd like to
Well,
make-
congratulations officially to Mr. Leone, our new assistant superintendent. Mr. Schussler, who will be our assistant principal at Lamouth Middle School. I know that both of their respective supervisors are angry with me right now because we're moving, well, in Nick's case, we're moving them out of the high school, and in Dave's case, we're stealing them from Auburn. But they're gonna be great additions. They're really excited to have them join the administrative team.
Sweet. Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. I'd like to make a motion to approve item L listed on the personal consent agenda as recommended by the superintendent.
Okay. So this is the employee handbook for
But
administrators.
one second, we do have to get a second.
Sorry, can I get a second?
Yeah.
It was Q, we did Q.
I gotta find out.
This is-
The
Employee
administrative handbook.
Employee handbook.
All right, so, yeah, administrative handbook for administrators and directors.
Any discussion?
Do we get a second?
I'll
Yeah,
second.
Joe got a
Sorry,
second. Yeah,
okay.
no problem. Any
Okay.
discussion?
Yes, so, we have been talking about this and what the intent is, trying to, you know, create a step procedure for administrators and have fairness, you know, with, let's say, somebody coming in that, you know, they're slotted where they should be, and it isn't just a willy-nilly thing. But, you know, one of the things that also happens is, you know, even with this, that when the bargaining units, classified, certified, let's say they get a 3% raise, in addition to this, they would get a 3% raise as well, correct?
If the board approves it.
If the board approves it.
If the board, any adjustments to, there's no automatic provision in any of our handbooks that say whatever the bargaining units get, there's no Me Too provision on that. It is any type of adjustment is a board-approved adjustment that is both in terms of a, cost of living as well as your recommended steps. And I shared the recommended step procedures with you. It's not just, hey, I survived my contracted days. There's a merit to it as well.
Can I ask a question on the handbook, and Dan, maybe you'll be able to better answer this. If we adjust salaries and we say everybody gets a 3% raise, say for example, in the administrative team that is under this handbook, does that quote increase a base so that everything gets adjusted correspondingly, or are we going to have to revisit this time and again for all those things? Because that's what happened.
That's what happened the last time. The goal is that this would adjust the base of it like it does a typical.
So would we have to approve it kind of every year or every time that we do that so that we can make sure that that stays?
The way it's set up right now, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so.
We would have we would have it as an appendix, and it would just be approve appendix A and then approve the placement.
Alright,
So the table would be in a head?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So you anticipated a cost for putting this in?
So putting them on salary schedules, that cost was an additional $20,000 past where they would be if we just gave them the traditional raise.
So for all the administrators to be adjusted to this new schedule, it would be $20,000.
Additional, over a 3% raise. So if we were
And
doing.
then plus a 3% raise.
So they are getting so we would anticipate that they would get a 3% raise as we typically do with our teachers as well as our OC, which we do. Typically it's Me Too with the rest of what we have. In terms of our teachers and our other bargaining unit members, we give them the base raise typically, but then they also get steps, which are anywhere from 2 to 3% as well, depending on where they are and where they're moving from that. This is not that. This is just in terms of where they're at. The overall raise for administrators, if we go to this, I believe it was, what did I say? I said that yesterday, 3.4%, I believe, or 3.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask, is that.
So the total cost increase to our administrative guideline was like 3.2% from last year to this year.
And since this is new, this has not been budgeted, correct?
Well, what is budgeted is the base 3%.
The
So,
3%.
so, the $20,000 will be, and, if this gets approved, then I'll obviously factor that into the forecast, all the changes. But as of right now, what is factored into the forecast moving past this fiscal year is 3%.
And so we would be, it isn't just funding it this year, it's like every year.
It's year over year. Sure,
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, my concern, and it has nothing to do with the performance of, everybody is doing everything more than they need to do most of the time. But the fact is that, we're in deficit spending. Is this the right time to be spending additional money? And I put that out there to the board because it's a collective decision.
Yeah, your point is valid. However, this is so long overdue for this group. This is the only group. How long have teachers been in a STEP program? Since the
Since the
Since the
70s.
70s.
since the I was gonna say the
Yeah,
60s, since the
yeah.
70s.
Mhm.
So this is 50 years overdue, 60 years overdue for them. And
Well, I could speak to a little bit of it. In my history here as an administrator, there was a time prior to the handbook where we had basically a difficulty factor scale, and and administrators were tied directly to the teacher's salary, and it was the teacher's salary times
1.2.
1 point whatever your position was, and it depended. And then you would get the steps with the teachers. So you were placed on that schedule, and you were placed on step 15 or 17, when you went to step 18, you would get that step raise and the whatever raise that they had negotiated. So it looked a little bit different. That became very expensive as our administrators started to get so we switched to this handbook, and now I think this is a good blend of both. And I do agree with you that it is well overdue. We did have some struggles with finding some base, placing people within the old ranges that were there. And for the administrators that we hired, I used the steps, I used the schedule, I made them the offer on there, and they lined up. So that, it's a small litmus test, but it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I also think, to continue on, that this is, in my hopes, gonna avoid all of these one-off pay adjustments that could end up actually costing us more. Now we actually we talked earlier about having a policy and how important policy is. This is very black and white for this team, and is, in my opinion, gonna avoid all these anomalies of us having a vote here for this person, a vote here for that person. Plus, it's a differentiator, because a lot of school districts don't have these step programs for the same staff. And I feel that the staff is the backbone of any school district, and not having this kind of undervalues their importance.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the increase is really due to a couple people that are low on the grade getting an increase. It's not a sweeping.
It's not a sweeping increase. There were some different. There were some market adjustments made as well. In there.
I think what ends up happening and makes it really difficult is that when you have a position that's open, that you have a hard time filling. And I'll say, like, the payroll position, for example, that is a tough position to fill in a school district. And those are outliers, and that creates problematic.
And we do still have some outliers in our current handbook. I mean, we still do have some who don't necessarily fall within that schedule because of the past things that we've done and all of that. And so we're trying to fix some of those as we move through. It's not perfect, but moving forward, it's a lot better. I feel it's a lot better than we had. I think that it does kind of really set them, and also the other thing that's really important is it does adjust some of the job descriptions, and we are asking people to do more.
Can I ask a favor when we go forward on agendas? This is specific to the last two things that we separated. Perhaps we could put where the money is coming from, so that the
I asked for that
Did you?
last board meeting, I think, after the board meeting.
Yeah,
It
we
would
could
be
just
helpful.
notate the account it's coming out of, and then the situations where it's a title program.
Oh, sure.
I think that'll help the
Yeah,
transparency.
that's good, but you did.
And then one minor thing, we really could use some number of pages.
That's a program issue. I don't know if we can do it. We'll try.
Is that a board
Just
doc
handwrite
session?
them on each one that you
Because
print,
no one can
please.
read my writing. That wouldn't work either.
Okay, so I'm just going to try to look at this from the outside in, people looking at, we're hearing about deficit spending, we're hearing, that things don't look good, we have to, get some more money somehow to run the district, but yet we're giving raises, a lot of raises lately. So I'm just talking about the optics. I wanna put it
understand.
out there on the table to be totally transparent.
I fully understand that, and I see both sides of it. I also know that we're giving the majority, our largest group of, we agreed
Locked
at
in
3%
contractually.
raised with them a long time ago, and they're still getting that. And that is the most expensive cost out of any of it. This is trying to right some wrong in the most effective way we can, and get us back into a place where we could do that. And I've shared this with everyone, I don't foresee this occurring in the future. I would hope that we would be at a place where we can continue to give raises. I don't think we give zeros, or I don't think we just stop and all of that. I mean, we face the same challenges that everybody else does with inflation and all of that. And, we need people to continue to work here and where they are. And as we make cuts, people do more. And that's the reality of what it is. But I think this is one where I would say they're well deserving. And I will go on record and say
Yeah, I'm not questioning the deserving.
And I will.
It's
and
being
when
able to fund it.
Well, when people, and I went to Dr. Thompson, and we had those conversations. When people come to me and say, "You're doing this," these are people who care about your kid, who work for your kid, all the way till late. And I'm getting texts and emails about 6th grade camp going on right now from our assistant principals at the middle school, because they had to check in with somebody and all that. So they are literally they give up a lot to have these jobs, and we expect that from them, but they expect some things from us.
So I want to have one more point, and Ms. Brewster, again, I'll double what I said earlier. I don't disagree with your feeling on this, and I understand the optics behind it, so I don't want to devalue that. But for the public in general, when you have a person, let's say they're making $100,000, just using an easy number, any business will tell you, if you lose that person, there's usually 60% of that on top of the 100 that you're gonna pay to bring in a new person. Meaning, you bring in a new person, now perhaps they're looking for 110,000, there's 10,000 right off the rip. There's a lot of expenses that are associated with turnover that's more than just the person's salary. So having a salary that's inviting to not only bringing people in, but retaining people, doesn't always just meet the bill of what you see on a consent agenda, for example. There's a much higher cost. So there is a cost savings, in my opinion, to having an adjust for equity, which I think is the language we should be using more than raises, because in this case, I don't consider this a raise.
Okay. And I know that as we've had people retire, and then hire someone else, we are realizing savings because somebody's been here for a long time and someone else is
But
coming
again, to
in.
Mr. Ardino's
Or not
point-
replaced at all.
Well, not replaced at all is the ultimate savings, but to Mr. Ardino's point, we're not realizing the savings that you would think we would realize because that if you're here for a long time, there's a market discrepancy in some cases.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask, so if, with our forecast, that we can afford to do this and keep paying this, or if there was, let's say, an issue on the ballot and it didn't pass, I'm already hearing about a nearby district doing a pay freeze.
So
I'm just
I
saying,
don't
you're
think-
hearing all this in the news.
Either whether we do it, like, it doesn't make, I mean, Dr. Thompson shared that doesn't, yes, we know everything that happens, but 4.3 million is a lot of $26,000 chunks that go again and again.
I know, I'm just saying that when you go across the board, we don't know where we'll be, so, that's all.
I consider myself a pretty fiscally conservative person, actually a very fiscally conservative person. And I think I have a history that supports that. Some people would say to my demise that is the case. But in this particular case, when I walked in and found salary discrepancies like with Mr. Patrizzi, and with the secretary to the
That's not,
super.
that's next month.
Yeah, I know,
That's the next
but it's an example, across the board, a secretary to the superintendent is typically, anywhere I've ever been, is their highest paid secretary, or administrative assistant, I don't even wanna call her a secretary, administrative assistant, yet she's nowhere near that. And it's because you come into these positions and you take pay cuts essentially. So, as much as I hear you and agree with you, I feel like there's never a good time to do it. Let's be clear, there's never a good time to do it, but this is an issue that is just, to me, an issue of just flat out what's right and what's wrong. And unfortunately, it happened because it just wasn't, it happens in a lot of places because they don't develop salary schedules, which everybody should have. And then moving forward, if we don't pass a levy, we're gonna be in a situation where we have to look at any kind of pay raise very differently. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope that the community sees value in what we do and trusts in that we're trying to be fiscally conservative and responsible. And I believe they will support us, but ultimately, if that happens, then you're gonna hear recommendations from me very counter to what we're doing right now.
I just wanna do our due diligence and have this conversation, because we don't talk outside of this. So, all right,
Okay, no more discussion, then call the roll, Dr. Thompson?
So we are voting on item L, the employee handbook for administrators and directors.
Correct.
Ms. Brewster,
aye.
Ms. Grassi,
Aye.
Ms. Krasinski,
Aye.
Mr. Adino,
Aye.
Mr. Byers.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we have one more. A motion to approve the item N on the personal consent agenda as recommended by the superintendent. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion? N is administrative.
So one was the handbook and this is the
This is the
compensation
placement,
itself.
this is the actual placement on the salary schedule.
I mean, you couldn't do one without the other.
No.
But I didn't put them together because I couldn't, so we had to keep them separate.
Okay,
Sorry.
I just,
Yeah, I think we've discussed it, we ready to call it
Yeah.
out? Okay.
Call the roll, Dr.
Mr. Byers,
Aye.
Mr. Adino,
Aye.
Mrs. Krasinski,
Aye.
Mrs. Grassi,
Aye.
Mrs. Brewster.
aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Wait, I missed one. Oh, that brings us to curriculum and programming.
Motion to approve the items listed A through D on the curriculum and program consent agenda as recommended by the superintendent. Can I have a second, please?
I will second.
Any discussion?
No, I just always love item A, just the Riverside High School class of 2026.
Congratulations to our graduates, we'll see you in a week.
Yep.
And how many?
306, I think,
306?
maybe 5, maybe
Okay.
7, we're, got a couple who are right there, but,
A couple fireworks
you know,
games.
there's always those last couple, 2, 3, who we're working to get them through, so.
Anything else? Okay, roll, please, Dr. Thompson.
Ms. Krasinski,
Aye.
Ms. Grassi,
Aye.
Mrs. Grassi, Mr. Adino,
Aye.
Ms. Brewster,
Aye.
Mr. Byers.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Right. Next is buildings and grounds and operations.
We have a motion to approve the items listed on the buildings and grounds operations consent agenda as recommended by the superintendent, items A through D. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the facilities plan. So we got the newer one and, or two here. And so I just wanted to ask how, since we're combining Melridge and Buckeye into another facility, how did the Melridge meeting go?
It went great. So the attendants who were there understood. They were sad to some extent. They understood why we explained the whole reason as to why they were sad to see it. Just, I mean, they're sad to lose your community school, just like every Madison Avenue, Leroy, all of the other ones. They understood the difference. They did say when we shared the plans and we kind of talked through what it was, there was some excitement that it wasn't as large as Riverview and Parkside, that it was a little bit smaller. We also shared that regardless of what happens, we need to redistrict. We talked openly about redistricting and how that was going to look, and it's going to be as we work through it. So as we replace the transportation director, he's going to be, that person is going to be a huge part of that redistricting, because they know where we pick the kids up from, and kind of that. So I think that makes it a bigger lift in some cases, but we'll look to get some other support from the ESC from that. But it was a really, it was a good meeting. Really, they understood from all the aspects. They were excited about the Buckeye, about looking at what Buckeye would look like. It wasn't that far from them to that aspect. And the fact that we have all intents to keep Melridge, and just that it was going to be used in some sort of educational facility, they were good with it. So I
Okay.
think it was.
How, I know it was primarily,
It was a really
future
low-
kindergarten parents, 'cause
We
they
had
were
we
there.
targeted the future kindergarten parents, some of them stuck around, as well as we had other parents show up. It wasn't as well attended, there were 25 people maybe at the most, it wasn't that big.
And did the principal have any feedback,
Mrs.
fires
She-
or after?
She has had, really Mrs. Wake, we talked to her a lot, she hasn't had anything other than the teachers are really excited, because they get rooms with holes in the walls, so they can team teach, so they're super excited about that. And they've already called dibs, so they're like, wait, we're not even in yet, like, you can't, but it was a great suggestion, it was a productive meeting. Once we start to get some of our, drafts of what redistricting can look like, I would recommend we have some more of those, to have those discussions with those families to kind of prepare them, and then some open houses for them as well, to kind of
Has
do
there
this
been a
along the
meeting
way.
with Buckeye parents, just about what's happening with the construction plan and the plan to
So
bring
we're waiting
home?
on, so that will happen.
I don't know.
Yeah, that will happen. We don't have the exact construction, once the GMP
Okay,
comes
so
through and
once
all
it's
that stuff.
done, you will meet.
We need to have that. We're going into summer. It's gonna be hard to have that, so we'll have it as best we can. But
Okay.
no, we have not had a specific meeting with them because we don't really, Cleveland Construction hasn't provided us with a staging plan
Yeah, I get
and
it.
all of that and what that looks like. And we're timing, looks like all they've said is we're gonna meet the deadlines and we're gonna be open. I said,
So
okay.
they haven't prepped anything, cause we have
Yeah.
we still have a trailer there, is that, or?
That's all part of, that's all part of the
It's all
site
gonna be,
prep
and
all
same
that.
thing at Melridge, they're gonna remove that?
That was agreed to by the board.
Yeah.
So we have not
Yeah.
heard from the company to schedule, but that is agreed. If we could push that off to the end of the summer, that'd be better, cause it's storage right now.
Yeah.
We need storage in this district.
Okay,
So that's what we would only use it for. And Malridge is down 4 classrooms. They have all that they need inside. If we could have a storage place, I'm sure Mr. Arlesic would love it.
okay.
So.
And just, because you changed 7 through 12 for Riverside, then your plan for Lamouth is what?
5, 6.
5,
5, 6.
just 5, 6
5, 6
going,
intermediate.
going back to 2 years?
Yeah, be
Okay.
perfect.
Okay,
I'm just gonna ask that when we decide on redistricting and we have those conversations, that we let the parents and the PTAs know in advance. We did that when we did this previously. You know, they have their elections for their officers early in the spring here and,
Yes.
you know,
Yeah.
so that they can get their funds.
My
in.
intent was to really, well, prior to yesterday's meeting, my intent was to have those meetings starting in November, share the plan with the board in November, work with them, and then after the start of second semester, start to have those meetings with our parents and PTOs and say, here's our thoughts, open for feedback, but we kind of start to hit with some of our key communicators first, so they can tell me what, they'll tell me what's wrong with it. And I appreciate all of that, and then we can make adjustments and tweaks and roll out the final plan after that, so.
How many units of fifth grade are in Riverview and Parkside collectively?
Parkside now has 4, and I think Riverview has 5.
So one's passing forward to Lamouth being all fifth grade and sixth grade. Is that going to make a good portion of that building kind of underutilized?
No, they will, because there are some specials rooms there too. It will be a different type of education than some of these other spaces for group space and all that. So, I think what it will do is it will provide a large group space room, either the choir or the band room, because they will, or we could, depending where we are from a financial standpoint, we can offer choir and band in 5th and 6th grade, so we can make programming changes too. It gives us a lot of opportunity to make some changes to our programming as well.
Just like the note also, item D, that this will finalize our,
Relationship?
whatever, relationship, thank you, with River
Or
Connect,
lack
so,
thereof,
yeah.
the group kind of.
Oh. Had to think of a, get a chuckle.
If we have no other discussion, can we call the roll, please?
Ms. Krasinski,
Aye.
Mr. Byers,
Aye.
Ms. Grassi,
Aye.
Mr. Adino,
Aye.
Ms. Brewster.
Aye.
Motion carries 5.
And that brings us, for policy agenda, I believe we're removing the first reading, we'll be going through the third.
We'll have a third first reading.
Yeah,
Mr. McIntyre did send it to me,
Okay,
so I will get it out to the board. I'll even try to get it out tomorrow.
We can have it as a first read on our Friday meeting?
Do you want to
Is that
make, do
possible?
you want to have, do
We
we have
could
that
if
time
we-
for all that discussion?
that's fine if you wanna,
hope
I
that's
don't
good.
care, it's a small change.
Okay. I will see what I can do. I do have to take my dad, I'll be out for a little tomorrow, but I'll try to get to you either. So, be plenty of time to do it.
And just, yeah, so we're not bringing up any other policies at this point.
Item B is up for vote.
Well, yeah, so,
Yes.
yeah, hold on, where's my language? At this point, I need a motion to accept the item B, adoption of new and revised board policies. Do I have a second? As recommended by the superintendent, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and any discussion?
Eliminating fake meat.
Okay, all right,
sounds like a good
so,
idea.
we are,
Or
going take the roll, I guess. Thank you.
Mrs. Grassi,
Aye.
Mrs. Krasinski,
Aye.
Mr. Byers,
Aye.
Mr. Adino,
Aye.
Ms. Brewster.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Right, that brings us to Board of Education business. We do have a motion to approve. It's not,
Where did it go?
was it on the original?
Yes.
Thought that was on.
It got pulled off somehow.
Is there a special resolution there based on what?
It's the first in the bold of the one.
So this?
Yeah.
All right. I have a motion to approve a resolution declaring it necessary to raise annually an amount for school district purposes and requesting the state tax commissioner to estimate the respective rates at which it would be necessary to levy and ad valorem property tax and a school district income tax on the earned income of individuals residing in the school district to produce that amount. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Can I see that for 1 second? Can
Any
I-
discussion?
Yes, please, because I would like to know the verbiage on this, an ad valorem property tax and a school district income tax, like, explain that to me, because I know we're not
David,
going for
yeah,
property
David
tax.
Z from my office
Of course he
prepared
did.
it, and I read it, and I asked him the same question that you had. He said, under the statute, when you go to the tax commissioner to ask, the tax commissioner to run the calculation, that you ask for both. Even though your plan may be to only do the earned income tax, if that is in fact the plan of the board, but at least you have both numbers, so you can compare.
That's interesting.
Something new.
So do we have
Well,
to
we've
s-
never did that, so,
So is there discussion?
yes, please. I have a lot. Who wants to start?
Go ahead. You start.
Um,
You start. Talk to-
I'm gonna choose my words carefully, because I'm not sure how to proceed with this. So, we've had some preliminary conversations about this, and my thoughts on an income tax for facility, as well as, combining it with operational dollars, is very difficult for me to come to terms with. I'm just gonna be really honest with the community about that. Property tax for facilities for me, and again, I'm gonna speak for myself, because these are my comments. Property tax for me on facilities is guaranteed dollars to pay off bonds as they mature and as the interest rates, we've had this conversation. Income taxes are not as, steady flow, perhaps, they can fluctuate based on people's income. A bond levy for facility is an exact science. The auditor is not going to give you more or less than what you need to pay off those bonds. So I'm having a hard time with this. My hope was that we would separate these, because it would be easier to ask for operational dollars with income tax and have property tax pay for facilities. That being said, we looked at the rates of inflation at 3%. We're gonna add a 1% income tax, which applies to every wage earner in the district, including kids, and retirees, if they choose to work. The wage rate increases out there in the public right now are 2% and less, so that puts people at a net loss. I have a problem with that, with the rate things cost currently. That's my first item. I'll just move on. So we haven't really had any conversation about joining OFCC and the OUT program. when it comes to this. We haven't had that conversation at this table about that topic. We have new board members who have not been exposed to that, and that's a little concerning, even if we decide not to move forward with that program. We've not had the conversation, and I think we should have had that conversation. I realize that we're way, way, way down on the totem pole for receipt of funds from that ALP program, but it doesn't mean that new legislators could not come into place and propose things that would say, we've taken away school funding, but maybe we could give something back as far as facilities goes. I'm not saying that that will ever happen, however, we haven't had that conversation. At the table, we've not had the real ability to talk about renovation versus new build. In all previous conversations that we've had, especially when we've talked with OFCC, and I get it, they're not the end-all be-all of every conversation, but it has always come back that in a facility this age, and we saw it with some of the things that you brought to the table at our last Buildings and Grounds meeting, with the examples of pipes and what they look like. I'm not sure that we can stick with the cost for renovation. We never know what we're gonna come into, and again, we are now, that would be encumbering our general fund for facility. So I have an issue with that. We haven't done an RFP for our architectural firm, and just because we're happy with one doesn't mean that we should not be going out perhaps for a facility that's this large and seeing what else there is out there that folks can offer for us. We've worked with others in the past, maybe have good experiences, maybe not, but I don't know if we should have had that, but we haven't had that conversation at this table. We haven't discussed any of the other things that we need that are not addressed in the facility plan as presented this evening. Mrs. Brewster alluded to the fact that we had previously asked for mechanics, a garage for our buses. That's not on this plan, and that, I think, was estimated at a couple $1 million when we had originally costed that previously. We haven't discussed a need for a facility for our maintenance department, and that was included in our previous plan, so when we look at apples to apples, it really isn't apples to apples. So we haven't had that conversation. We haven't discussed parking expansion here and where that falls. I don't know if it's included in the construction cost or not, but we had the conversation at Buildings and Grounds about perhaps expanding parking so that we can actually get our buses parked on paved lots so that we don't have to do undercoating. So that's not in there. And we haven't talked about specifically about a functional board office, where that would go and what that would look like. I think there's a lot of things we haven't discussed at the table, and I recognize that the work that Dr. Rattino and Dr. Thompson have put into this plan, but it hasn't been discussed at the table, and I'm struggling with that, so. I'm just gonna say this feels rushed to me. We did rush in 2024, and I said no. And we did rush in 2025, and I said no. And just because it's different players in 2026, I don't know that I can say yes just because it's different players. It still feels rushed to me. That's all I have to say.
I'm sorry, yeah, I thought you,
Okay, yeah, I wanted to say a couple things. One of the things that is a concern to me is, and I said it before, it's, you know, what you need, what you like to have or want. And, you know, the operating is critical. How do you posture yourself to be possibly successful to get that done when you have, you know, a very difficult time right now in the economy that people are feeling. And I've had a lot of conversations. I go on my way to just tap somebody. I may have not talked to them in 10, 15 years, but I give them a call and say, what do you think? And all of this, or I run into people and I'm not hearing a lot of positive support. And it isn't that we don't need it, but everybody's feeling the pinch. And so the other thing that I found out in one of my conversations was about, we know what happened with this 6-year, revaluation of our property. But now a 3-year is coming up, because in between the 6-year, there's the 3-year that's not as big a revaluation, but that is going to go up, and it comes from a pretty reliable source, 25%, the value will go up 25%, which means that your tax bill will probably go up 10%. So that will affect everyone who owns a home in our community. I know that this, income tax, earned income tax would not affect seniors, but there's a lot of seniors that, they're working at Drug Mart, they're working other places to make ends meet, and it will affect them. Maybe it doesn't dive into their pension or whatever, but people are paying taxes. So, it's like, I've done a lot of thinking about this, and I have concerns. I just want to feel like we're putting ourselves in a position where people might, consider one over the other. But one other person I talked to said, it might not be a bad idea to put up the operating portion, if that's 0.75, and also the 0.25 in the same election, because I know you didn't want to go back, and then, let people vote, and then we'll know where we stand, rather than lump it all together, and that might cause people to vote no on when they would have maybe voted yes and maybe a no. You see what I'm saying? We don't know. So no one has a crystal ball to know how a result will come out. I'm just listening to the feedback that I'm hearing, and I'm sharing, and concerns that I've had.
There's hesitancy. If we were voting on seal coating the parking lot and the vote ended up being 3 to 2, I wouldn't lose any sleep over that. But if this board would be split today on something as serious, this is about as big as it gets for a school district, then I'm going to have a hard time swallowing that pill. Because if this board is split, then the community is going to be split. And I take your reservations seriously for both of you. I respect your opinions. I would definitely not be in favor of 2 things on the ballot at the same time, because you're leaving it up to the community to go into the ballot box and try to determine which one's which, and we know how the state's going to write the language, and you need an engineering degree to read the darn thing. So if that were the case, then if we were picking one route, I'd rather just be than operational than having 2 things on the ballot. But I'll go back to my original point. I understand your hesitancy, and I respect that. I would prefer, personally, for this board to be as close to 5-0 as we can get on something this big, and I think that causes me pause as well.
Yeah, I guess we put the resolution of necessity on here, and I think, Mr. Kelsey, I guess where I'm struggling is, you said, let's put it on, we need to vote on this. So, and we didn't put it on last month because we wanted to make sure that there was an update and some discussion. So some of these things have been discussed, and I guess I'm at a loss for the fact that I'm still not clear on what it would take to make sure that everybody was in line with how do we move forward with this. I'm still not clear. Again, this is different. It has a different risk. I think we're in a different times. I'd rather have a bond issue day in, day out personally. To me, I'm going to pay earned income tax, which is going to be a lot more than what I would have paid in an increase in property taxes. So I don't disagree. I don't disagree that I would love a bond issue because it's guaranteed money for that issue, right? I agree with all that, so I understand it. But we got to figure out a way to move forward. And right now, I think we have limited options, and I think doing something different is always scary, and I think we have to just go ahead and move forward. I mean, I know you've been consulting with a lot of different people. I know Mr. McIntyre's consulted with you. There's just been a lot of consultation on this, because it's just a
We've
different
done
space.
a lot of work on this. We've talked with a number of community members, a number of stakeholders, and all of that. It is a very different approach than anything we've ever done before, and we know that. It's something that really does have a different look and feel to it. It's going to be a hard explanation. Whatever you do with an earned income tax, that is incredibly hard to explain who it impacts and who it doesn't, and when it impacts and when it doesn't, and all of that. All of the work that we have done in everything says we have needs 1A and 1B. We need to operate and we need to update our facilities. I mean, and both of those come to that. I understand, and I do not disagree with the need to look for a different facility for a bus garage, look for a different solution. I don't even know if it's us having the facility anymore, to be completely honest. And that is something we are looking at, what all of those options are down the road and what they look like. And I think that's one of those that might even be an out-of-the-box thought, that we have started to look at all kinds of different options. But what comes back again and again in any type of community feedback, any type of discussion is, we have to address this building. And it's a we have to address this building, and we have to keep the services we have in both cases. So that to me is facility and operating. And I think that's where, and yes, I talk to a lot of stakeholders who are supportive of the schools. I talk to different crowds than you, Mrs. Brewster. I understand that. And I appreciate that aspect to the other side of it. And I go out and I seek out those other opinions that are out there, because I want to hear their side, to kind of continue to say, I hear you and I understand what you are saying, and this is kind of why we're putting it up there. And I think to where we are, this fits what I've heard from the community continuing again and again and again, and it is different. And it is not perfectly planned. I will be the first to admit that it is not. Would I love another year to do this? Yes, I absolutely would. But I go back to, really and truly, we're going to ask for a certain amount of money, 0.75, now, and then we go back a little bit later to, when I ask for $10 now, then 2 months later, I'm going to ask for 5 more. Why didn't I just ask for 15 at the start? And I think that's a part of it. We have been as diligent as we can to build these contingencies into the process along the way. I believe we've listened. It is something very different for the district. I understand the risk. I understand the trepidations that are absolutely coming out. And I also feel strongly that our community needs a chance to make that decision on, do they want to keep what they have currently and take a chance to update the facilities to what they've seen, and to have that input into it. I think they can have that. I think they want that, but they also understand they need to have a budget, and they're okay with that. I think they're looking for, they're excited about Buckeye and then the changes that are there. They love the new schools. But I think that they also love this school, the tradition that's in this school, and the fact that we continue and keep this school, specifically change it to make it modern, to make it educationally sound, to make it safer. All of those things that we can do, I think we owe them a chance to tell us, yes, we're in, or try again. And that's really what we're gonna do. And anything we put on the ballot, it doesn't matter what we put, it's an uphill fight. May prove that right now. It is very difficult to ask anyone for more money, yet everyone needs the same. We all need that. So whether it's all of that. The only one that seems to be able to ask for more money and not get any pushback is the gas station right now. But
We don't have to ask.
Yeah.
that's true too. And I think that's where we're at, is when we go to ask right now with where we're at, I know we're fighting an uphill battle. Dr. Thompson knows we're fighting an uphill battle. We're behind it. But I also think we owe it to the people who have asked us again and again, and have said that in every single survey that we've ever had. We need to address the facilities. We owe it to them to take a shot at it.
Yeah, this is tough for me as well. When I decided to run, I wanted to, treat the school district, the taxpayers' money as if it was my own. Right? I hear everything Bruce was saying, and Belinda and Joe, and to Joe's point, I don't feel that we are aligned. I do love the vision. I don't like the idea of going to the taxpayers with 7.75 earned income to get no facilities. So, that's going to be incredibly hard on our wage earners, our parents that are struggling as it is. So, I think I think we need to get aligned as a board, and I think I'd like to make a motion to table this. I don't think we need to rush into this.
Well, so I just wanna, we can do that, but I wanna make sure the board understands if we table it, that means we probably will not go with anything in November. We will probably wait until next year. Because it sounds like there needs to be a lot more discussion, and also, the time to get anything moving as far as the campaign committee, or just get information out to, the district. It will take some time. So I think, Mr. Thompson, you had already commented on that previously. I think you were looking in, what month did we get together for board retreat? March. Yeah, so I think that's when you were looking to say, we have to make a decision there, and it's kind of continue to be pushed down the road, so I just wanna make sure that we all think about that also.
Before, if we, let's say it was May instead of November, what does that do for the state receivership problem? What does that do for the operating monies?
It's a huge stressor on us from, forget about the building for right now, just operating. Because that puts us a whole nother year in deficit spending, makes our hole deeper. So right now, we're digging out of $1 million hole. Next year, we're digging out of I'll be more comfortable telling you an exact number here in 2 months, but it's gonna be somewhere near $4 to $5 million hole. So that either means that by delaying a year, we spend another year in deficit spending, digging our hole deeper. We either ask for more for operational dollars, or we stay where we stay at a lower number, knowing that we're not going to be off the ballot. We're going to have to be back on the ballot, say, 3 or 4 years down the road. In our last discussion, or at least some discussion I'm recalling, the board was indicating they wanted to go 5 to 7 years without being back on the ballot, and wanted a forecast that would show that. So I can forecast this out, and I will do that. I'll have that ready for our next finance committee meeting, next board meeting. What does X number of dollars look like with passage in May? So we can look at what it would look like in May, and it doesn't matter, May or November, collections don't begin. It wouldn't begin until January. Now that's if it's a property tax, and I've never done an income tax, but what I'm hearing on income taxes is it's about 2 years before we hit full collections, versus a property tax is immediate half collection starting in January of the upcoming year, and then full collection that next fiscal year. So it depends on what we ask for, so our window gets tighter and tighter if we were to go income tax starts to get less of an option as we
Along
get
the way.
further in a hole. Does that make sense? Because of the delay that it's gonna take to get the full collection.
Okay, thank you for that. Here's my thought. We have two board members that have hesitancies for valid reasons. That causes me to have pause for a variety of reasons. That doesn't take away my interest in the project, it doesn't take away my interest in the needs. And we have a third board member who is suggesting that we table this. We don't necessarily have to, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't have to table this until the June meeting. Maybe we find, this is an urgent matter, maybe we find a meeting relatively sooner where we can table this and address some of the issues that Ms. Grassi brought up, some of the issues that Ms. Brewster brought up, so that we can finally say we're voting on this today, not today. This time we have a meeting and we move forward there.
Yeah, I think we need to put the work in. I think there's stuff that is not,
Please remember, we will just, and I'll give you exact dates, but we have to pass 2 resolutions. So if the board intends to be on the ballot this November for something, and let's say operational, and no building, or if it is a building, we have, and an income tax is 110 days out, a regular property tax is 90 days out, and we have to pass 2 resolutions, and there needs to be about 2 weeks probably in between the resolutions, because we gotta go to the county auditor's office, they've gotta get us information.
This would be the first resolution.
This is the first, this is the first resolution.
Right, so the second resolution would be
We have,
whenever we get the information.
we have plenty of time to do a second resolution, but I'm saying if this isn't the direction we're gonna go, then we need a totally different resolution. So this resolution would not work. Go ahead, Mr. Patrizzi.
One thing I was just gonna mention, with this being the first resolution, this is only requesting the information.
Thank you.
The second resolution is what actually takes that step.
That's a whole
That is
So you can
Yeah,
still
just
do
the
this one
information.
without, you could just say, you know, I'm
So
out.
today, if we voted yes today, this is not setting anything in stone, and it could technically all be undone.
But it would be getting us information on a 1%, just keep in mind, it'd be a 1%,
We would do the work for this current project and present all of the other.
so if it's gonna be something very different, which I assume if there's not a building involved, it is gonna be a different number, it's not gonna be this number, then we need another resolution anyways.
So let me ask a question. You know me, when I ran in 2009, the very first thing I talked about was facilities. That was my thing. So I want people to understand, I'm not against facility. You all know that. That was my thing. We've got to replace all of the facilities that we have in this district, and we're getting there, right? I want people to understand that's not where I'm coming from. The urgency for me is we've got to pass operating dollars. And for me, that's our first and foremost concern. We have to pass some operating funds, I get it. And again, had this just been for operating dollars and we had separated that in some way, shape, or form, and said, hey, I don't even know if we're ready to go for facility yet because we've got some more vetting to do or whatever, you guys all want some more information, fine. I could vote for that today. Do you know what I'm saying? Like like I want to be clear that I sense the urgency for operational dollars, and I get it, and we need to do that, and we need to move forward with that, and I certainly don't wanna wait. If we're gonna do income tax, you certainly can't wait till 2027, gotta get my years right, 2027, because the tax then wouldn't hit till 2028,
Absolutely.
right?
Look at
So,
what that
so your
means.
tax, well, no, your tax, you can't vote an income tax into effect for the same year you're voting it.
That's what I'm
So-
saying, I'm
so
saying
if you're
that,
voting for
if we got it that quickly, I would be happy.
So if you're
It could be
voting
later.
for an income tax in 2027, I wanna make sure that the board understands this as well. If you're voting on it in 2027, the income tax doesn't hit people's paychecks until 2028, and they're not paying that tax till April of 2029.
Right.
So,
There.
we're not right, like, you may get it taken out of your paycheck on a quarterly basis in 2028, and we'll get that quarterly, but we're not seeing that full collection until the year 2029. So I understand that, that's a concern. So if you're gonna go for operational dollars, it has to be this year, it makes the most sense. As far as your question on fiscal, what was your question? Like, when we go into fiscal insolvency,
Oh, yes, state
So-
receivership, yeah.
right, you first go into caution, I don't remember which one's
It goes-
first, caution and watch, and
It
then.
goes caution, watch,
And then
emergency.
receivership, right, and that's a process, and your first step is say, oh, we'll pass a levy, that's your plan.
Of course.
You know, that's everybody's plan, is we're gonna pass a levy. Good luck, right, so it's not immediate, it's a process.
2029 probably
Yeah,
will
I
be
mean-
the year that we go into fiscal.
And then you have to ask them for money and then forget it. So, I'm gonna ask whether or not it would be prudent, because we have questions. There's people on this board, and it's not just, doesn't sound like it's just me, who have some concerns about, like, can we just get more information on facilities? Can we separate the two? Can we go for the operational dollars? The urgency, I know there's the urgency behind fixing this facility, but is another year going to kill us so much that it's not possible? If it makes everyone more comfortable, would that not be a better plan? I don't know, it's not for me, and I guess the other hand, I say, I don't know, let the community vote on it then, I don't know, like, I don't know what to say, it's their choice. If they wanna vote on it, and we wanna put it up, it's up to the community, it certainly isn't up to me, cause that's what we did the last time we put the levy on the ballot. It's not up to me, this is like, let the community vote on it.
So I think during our last conversation, I think there was a portion of the board that was not comfortable knocking on the door twice, right? That was kind of how we described it, right? And then I think there's a portion of the board, I know I'm not comfortable, but I guess I cannot go on long with a bond issue at this point, because I don't think that our odds are great based on the county we're in and the noise that's going on here. I think that's even a
For operation and facility?
Or bond is for facility.
facility.
sorry, facility.
Yeah, and I agree with not separating them, because, wow, would it be horrible to get our facilities approved, but not our operating money, and then we don't have operating money to run our facilities, like, I don't know, I would struggle with separating them also, so I either think we have to say we're gonna go for both at the same time, cause there's a portion, I know I don't feel like knocking on the door twice either, so I'm right with you, Mr. Ardino. Or we say we're just going for the operating money, and somewhere down the road, I think that puts us in a bad position though, because again, that goes back to knocking on the door twice, so I don't know.
Yeah, I do think that if we wait and put this on May, it looks completely different. And I say that because we can't go into another year saying, oh, we're $4.7 million in the hole, and then what happens in May if we pass? You know, at that point, we have to have a plan. And that almost looks like, hey, we're threatening. And I don't think that, I don't want this to be that at all. I want this to be the exact opposite. I want this to be we like the services we have, we appreciate the services, we want to keep the services and the level of services that we have and not have any changes, and we want that new, we want both, and this is the one opportunity that you can have both, and the sell is, put your trust in us, we understand, and that's a hard thing to do. I fully understand, again, I will go back to, this is an uphill battle, but I think in May it looks like, well, what happens if it doesn't pass? And the answer to the question in November is, what happens if it doesn't pass? Well, we go back and we look really at operations, because that is what we need to stay open. That's a different look, and that's a totally different ask, and we still, even if we have operations, if you look at Wycliffe, who passed the 1% income tax, and they said they were making all of those cuts, and they cut fully funded pay to participate sports and all that, they're still doing that for the next year, half-day kindergarten and all, because the income tax doesn't collect immediately, and they need to wait. And so those changes that they made are still being impacted for at least one school year because of the way an income tax collects. And I think that's a challenge that comes up, where here's our opportunity to do something and do something different and take a chance and like Mr. Grassi said, put it to the community to say yes or no. I mean, up or down, and I understand, to your sense, I understand that the absolute desire to have that full 5-0. When we passed Parkside and Riverview, that vote was 3-2. And it still came through and passed. And I'm not saying, I'm not saying to, like, it is your will and I will work, Dr. Thompson and I will do, we will work hard either way. We will come back with all the information. We will do all of that needs to happen so that you do feel comfortable. But I know that we didn't just do this because, hey, we want, I mean, I think he said it himself. He never thought that for the same dollar amount, we could redo the high school and actually renovate it as the plan had always talked to do that renovation, to keep a lot of what the community has said, that they appreciate that. That's an available option that's out there, and I think we are, even in, it doesn't mean we're not gonna be lean. When we forecast it out, we're still lean through the ways, and it's not this whole, we're not gonna be flush with cash after this comes in place by any means. We're still gonna have to do some strategic, working along the way, but I think this is what, when we've heard the feedback from the community, we made this discussion based on all that. I think to the portion of all of the OFCC, we can go through all that, we can share that, and we can continue to tell you what it is. I think our state share is 6% return,
I think it's 9.
or 9, and on average, going to OFCC standards all the way is a 15 to 20% investment.
I mean, we'd lose
Of
money.
additional cost.
We'd lose money to go.
But you're right, we need to share that, we need to look that up, and we need to come back and share some of that. But I think we've gone to the people who have done this and who do this and asked them, can we do it for this and can we make this work? And they have said, this can work for that. It doesn't address everything, it's not perfect. I understand that, and there are things I would love to address, and we're gonna have to work creatively and hard to fix those. Whether it's how we do the paving and work that in, whether it's finding a warehouse, whether it's something else, whether it's even more shared services. And we're leaning towards that anyway, but I think that's where we are in all of this.
Yeah, one question I had was, what does the 1% income tax equate to in mills?
How many mills is it?
Yeah.
You'll get that you'll get the official number if this is passed, and we'll get it back.
But, I mean, in order to achieve that dollar amount, we must have a ballpark
Or
in millage.
9 something.
If we were to put this in traditional millage, we would need 5 mills to operate and 4.5 to 5 mills. I'd have to pull the numbers. So we'd be looking at 9.5 to 10, well, you can't take a half mill, 9 or 10 mills to do both. And I don't think there's anybody, well, I won't say any, there's nobody, but I don't think there's any rational, reasonable person that would say, yeah, in today's climate, yeah, in any climate, to try to pass 10
I think
mills.
the other thing that this is very different that we are counting on in using this mechanism for funding is it's not subject to House Bill 920, and it grows with inflation. And it grows with wage earners, and we've forecasted 2% growth in terms of wages. It is not, although the income tax itself will be continuous to the individual earner, when you stop working, you stop paying. So it's not a 30-year commitment or a 35-year commitment like a bond issue. So I've thought that for now, yes, it might cost me more. In a 35-year, if I stay in my house for, well, hopefully I make it for 35 years, but if I stay that long, it might actually not cost me more. It might be less, because I may not, when I retire, I stop paying it unless I get some other job. And so I think again, very complex. It's hard enough to explain property taxes to people. This is gonna be even harder, and we know that. But what we know is when we talk about people and property tax, it's a hard no to start, and then maybe you can claw back a little bit from them, but that's a hard no to start. This is well, tell me more. And at least they're starting to listen. And it's still, I mean, we're still looking at a 38% chance of passing if you look at May.
I mean, mathematically, it's way easier to calculate. I mean,
That it is.
Okay, you don't have to explain, no, so.
That is true.
Krasinski?
Well, we have, Madam President, we have a motion on the table to table this.
We don't have
With-
never-
We have a motion, we don't
I
have a
don't think
second.
he motioned, like you just
I
asked,
did.
should we? I think it was part of the discussion.
Did you, so we don't have
We
a
didn't
motion?
make
No,
officially.
it was
Oh.
just a discussion,
Oh,
should we
got it,
table?
got it, okay, understood.
Because it's not in front of us, I hate to ask you this, could you read it out loud one more time?
A resolution declaring it necessary to raise annually an amount for school district purposes and requesting the state tax commissioner to estimate the prospective rates at which it would be necessary to levy an ad valorem property tax and a school district income tax on the earned income of individuals residing in the school district to produce that amount.
But
So-
where's the amount?
we just got it.
It's in the body of the resolution.
It's in the body, it's 13.3.
Point three, I think.
So we could
Which is
decide to
what?
go property after this vote, and it would be based on the amount, and whatever mills that would take, correct?
You could, yeah,
You
so
will get
whatever
back-
information
You will
comes
get
back.
back two numbers, you'll get back what an income tax would generate, which we are estimating, it has to
That's
be
correct.
the one, and then you get a specific millage amount for that 13 million, whatever the exact number is for the,
Right.
to the
So
ten.
I'll leave it to the lawyer to answer this. The key verbiage in this whole paragraph is requesting the state tax commissioner to estimate the respective rates.
Right, so what you do in this resolution is you declare that you need so much money. And now you're, after having made that declaration, you're asking the state tax commissioner to determine what the earned income tax percentage would be in order to raise that much money.
To me, there's no downside to voting yes on this as a resolution. At the end of the day, it's just asking for information. We are not voting to put on a levy yet. That's the second resolution.
That's
But
my-
it's
that's my
also
point.
asking for, the combined versus whether we're doing operation only
It's-
or,
it's
what
not
I'm saying is I wish we had two so we could see all.
It's not
you see
specific,
what
but,
I'm saying?
that doesn't mean that between now and getting it back or putting a second resolution on the agenda, that we can't change our mind and decide collectively that we've decided to go differently and maybe just go for operations, right? Like in November.
This is my concern. As I said in March, you need to make a decision, board, in March, because our window to do an effective levy campaign, it's not just having some popular person in your town send out some emails or put some signs in the yard. To run a true campaign, and Ms. Krasinski can speak to this from personal experience, it takes a ton of work and a coordinated effort and a lot of fundraising. It's not as simple as it might seem on the surface. And we're already to the point where I'm beginning to get uncomfortable with even thinking we can even have a puncher's chance with the limited amount of time to explain this very complex issue to a community. And I'll say, I've said it before, I've said it 1,000 times. The hardest thing about being an administrator and being in Dr. Rutino's shoes, the hardest thing he has to do, the hardest thing, is how does he effectively communicate? People don't listen. People don't come. People are engaged in their own lives. And this is very unique and very different. And you can't launch a campaign based on this discussion.
Well, if we were to have made a decision in March was the first time we heard about a combined levy, so I'm just putting that out there. That
Well,
was-
I'm not saying it's the board's fault,
No,
please
no,
understand,
I know,
I just
but
knew
I'm
the timing.
I'm just saying, we've never even had that conversation that came out at our board retreat. That was news to me, like, right, I'd never heard that before, so,
Understood.
so it's not very much time from being presented with something to being asked to make a decision on the biggest dollars this district has ever asked for.
Well, that's not true.
Yeah, it is. We've never asked for that much money at one time.
Oh, well, both projects
Correct.
combined, sure.
Dr. Johnson, are you saying that you have a concern that if we all vote to move forward with this resolution, that with that combined with the hesitancy, there's an issue for you there?
I don't see how you launch a campaign based on this discussion, which is,
I don't think you can launch a campaign until you vote for resolution number 2. Until you vote for resolution number 2, there's nothing to promote yet, because we haven't decided to move forward. This is just a request for the state to give us some data.
But I think what Dr. Thompson is saying, it's giving a perspective of where the board is heading. That's, I think, is what.
I do think that. I think also we need to, if we put this on, we're gonna have questions, so we need to have some information out, at least to say what this is and what we're looking to do and what it means, and to start to answer some of those questions. That we are serious about proceeding in this direction. So I think voting to go and look for this is also to say, yes, there's a need and we absolutely see this and we're serious about doing both and we're taking a look at it. And I think both things can be true at the same time. I think if we say, just do this and say nothing, that, hey, we passed this and then it's nothing, then it's, like, I think that's bad too. I think we have to say we are truly investigating. We have some questions, and it's a short period of time, and we can say that. But I do think we have to also be honest to all of our stakeholders that we are serious about this, and we are serious that we are looking into it, and we are we need this, and I think there's all of that, and I understand I can see both sides of this. I really can, and I think that's I think what I would ask is whatever comes from this is we get the specifics to what needs to have. We get those to you as quickly as we can in an expedited fashion. Make some recommendations and really truly move forward with the people who are there and get to it as soon as we can, knowing, and we said this going into it the whole time, it isn't going to be perfect. And we knew that the whole way, and we know what it can generate from it. It's different than a bond. It really is, and it's a different look, because a bond, you get the money you get for a bond, and that's it. And I think this is when we start to get the numbers together. We start to figure out what do we need for phase 1 and what do we need for phase 2, and we start to make sure we can work through some of that. We value engineer through both of those projects as they go through, and we you know, that's a portion of it that's there, and I think that this board is committed to that, and not just to take in an excess of money, but to say, yes, we are going to use a portion of that to address our facilities, and to make sure that we can do both operate and do facilities as this grows, because that's the other part of it that is different than anything else, is the growth as it goes. So you're going to see things happen, you're going to see design. It may not be as fast as a typical bond issue, because we do need to grow. And if it passes in May, it looks different, because the collection's even slower. So even then, you're not gonna get shovels in the ground for a whole another year and a half or so. And trying to explain that to people is even harder. And I think this is the chance to say, and I'll say it again, this is the one chance we can say, you know, we're gonna try to do both. This is the time when we can do both. We're not gonna, what happens if it fails? Okay, then it fails, and we go back to the drawing board and we see what we need. And we make a true decision at that point. And in May, we have that decision where, what happens if May fails? Well, at that point, the student experience is gonna change, and we know that that's gonna happen. That's a part of it. But we don't have to do that this time. And that to me is such a significant ask for our community, is give them a chance to say we're doing a good job.
Yeah. We talk about the surveys that have been sent out and all these different people that responded. The strongest survey is election day. So I see where you're coming from there, and I see the value behind that, because that's the biggest survey you can put out there, frankly. Additionally, I would hate, now that we know the language of this and what it really means to vote yes or no today, I would hate to not vote yes, because hypothetically, the board may vote no for the second resolution. I don't want to take that chance when there's thousands of students and whatever our staff quantity is, relying on us to do the right thing, which we haven't yet to determine what that is. So I would hate for us to vote no simply because hypothetically the second resolution could fail.
Any additional discussion? Call the roll.
Mr. Audino,
Aye.
so to be clear, you are voting to pass the resolution of necessity.
Oh, that,
That's what you're voting for.
okay.
I stand with my aye.
I just wanted to clarify after all that.
Yeah, that's a fair question. Mrs. Krasinski,
Aye.
Mr. Byers,
Aye.
Ms. Brewster,
No?
Mrs. Grassi.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
I would ask the board if you guys have any specific questions that we can have Dr. Tino and Dr. Thompson get additional information. I know they've done a lot of work on this. They've consulted a lot. Maybe that has not all come out, but please send those. If you could, you can send them to me with all the board members copied. That way everybody is aware of the questions being asked. But if there is additional information, I'd really love for us to make sure we're getting that in front of them to get us answers. All right. Board of Education updates. Anybody?
Oh, wait a minute.
Really?
I just real quick, I just, and now that, Mr. McIntyre is here, we do want to set up some type of a meeting, you know, in, you know, the not too far off distance that, we hear about the casement agreement, we have new board members, everybody, no one's feeling comfortable about how to explain it. We don't need to spend a lot of time, but we would like to be able to go over it so that we see what the schedule is, and about the TIF and the PAM.
Absolutely.
That keeps getting lost.
So you mean like a, something on a board agenda where Mr. McIntyre addresses the board, is that what you mean?
Or whoever's going to do it.
Yeah, it would probably be my partner, David C.
Yeah.
He's the one who
Okay.
negotiated it. I'd
Okay.
be happy to
But
schedule
quick
that with Dr.
overview
Thompson.
of, I know.
He's not quick, but,
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's 3 hours, how about July?
We'll do our best.
Any other board updates?
I would just like to congratulate the teachers who were recognized last night at the #1 club. It's always an awesome event. I wish I could have been there, but I just saw some posts today about some teachers who were just so thrilled to get recognized by some of the students that they had during COVID years. So that was really great. Yeah.
Any other Board of Education updates? All right, next meeting announcements. We have a curriculum and programming committee meeting June 17th at 7:30 a.m. I believe we have one, let me go back one. We have a special meeting on May
29th.
Thank you, I'm trying to find the date.
7:30.
May 29th at 7:30 a.m. Finance and Personnel Committee meeting June 18th at 7 a.m. Buildings and Grounds Committee meeting June 23rd at 7:30 a.m. Board of Education meeting June 23rd. We're starting at 5 p.m. with a working session, going into our regular meeting at 6 p.m. Did I get them all right?
Yes. Can somebody send out meeting invites and change the dates on
Would
some?
you not
Yeah,
subscribe?
thank you.
So I add them to the calendar. Do you subscribe to the board calendar or have to send the invites out? I don't, I've always added them just to the board of education.
No, we need them sent.
Okay, I'll send the
Yeah.
invites out.
Yeah.
then.
And that's
just
otherwise-
send-
Okay.
Send them.
So I throw them in the calendar, we'll get them sent
Well,
out.
because otherwise it doesn't hit my personal calendar.
That's fine. Can you, I just didn't know, so that's my bad.
June 23rd is a 5 p.m. exact?
Special?
5 p.m. for
For
the
work session?
strategic plan
Oh,
update.
it's 5 p.m. work session.
Yes.
For the strategic plan. for
Yes.
us.
Yeah. All right. Be it resolved that the Riverside Local School District Board of Education hereby adjourns to executive session at 10:03 p.m. for the purpose of discussing the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official. Riverside Local School District Board of Education hereby designates all matters discussed in this executive session as strictly confidential and finds that this designation is warranted because of the status of this matter and the need to preserve confidentiality to properly conduct the business of this Board of Education. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Can you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Krasinski,
Aye.
Mrs. Grassi,
Aye.
Mr. Adino,
Aye.
Ms. Brewster,
Aye.
Mr. Byers.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, can we get a real quick?
Great, great.
Welcome